Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we embark on a quest through the 22 paths of the tree. This is a new book study focusing on the intricate details of Qabala. Now, before we get started, peace, greetings. I hope you're having a great day. Let me know if the audio is clear. Let me know if you can hear my voice, if everything is coming through. Let me know. Let me know. Do you love me? Do you love me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Cool. Cool. So peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Fat Tony, welcome back. Peace, peace. Rose of Flame. Always good to see you. Peace and greetings. Freaky Dragon. Know are you here? Welcome, welcome. INTJ. Why not? Gerald Sombright Jr., peace and greetings, my friend. Phoenix Wolfette, peace, peace. Hope you're having a great evening. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so we in here tonight. We are studying A Practical Guide to Qabalistic Symbolism, volume number 2, written by Gareth Knight. Gareth Knight is a contemporary of William T. Gray, as well as a student of Dion Fortune. So you'll find that the teachings that we have been following over the past, whatever, years, all kind of tie in to each other. So, Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn, Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix, a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism. Let's go. Volume 2. As you can see here, we've got the Tree of Life with the Serpent of Wisdom. It says here, let the disciples seize hold of the tail of the Serpent of Wisdom, and having with firmness grasped it, let him follow into the deepest center of the Hall of Wisdom. So this book was written in 1976. Volume 2, On the Paths and Tarot. Excuse me, copyright 1965. You see that? So how many years is that? How many years is that? I wonder if they ever imagined that this book would be studied in this way. Rest in peace, Gareth Knight. Rest in peace. He actually passed whenever we began the first volume of this text. Let me know. Let me know. Do you love it? That song is so obnoxious. I hate it. And it's so catchy. I'm loving your body. All right. Okay, let's go. Completely ready. Coffee and all. Author's preface. This two-volume book deals with the Sephirah and paths of the Tree of Life as a basis for a study of many branches of esoteric symbolism. It is not an academic or historical treatise, but is intended to be a practical guide to those who wish to use Kabbalistic symbolism as a means to explore fields of consciousness beyond the physical. Sounds like you, right? I would like to thank the Society of Inner Light for permission to incorporate extracts from various unpublished papers in the Society's archives, particularly in Volume 1. However, the work represents my own views only, as they were at the time of writing, and does not necessarily represent those of the Society, past or present. My own views have changed in some respects over subsequent years, but the book remains what it always was, an example of meditative work upon the ground plan of the Kabbalistic tree of life. And insofar as this reveals the all important structure of the tree, it should serve its purpose, individual quirks of interpretation notwithstanding. My later direction of thought has since been recorded in Experience of the Inner Worlds. This is another one of his books, Experience of the Inner Worlds, which serious students are recommended to read in conjunction with the present work, and The Christ, Psychotherapy, and Magic by Anthony Duncan has also much relevance. The main difference in emphasis or outlook is in a return to a closer concern with the original Jewish Kabbalah and the European tradition that springs from it. Through the Christian Kabbalists of the 14th to 19th centuries, with some admixture of Sufi influences as a result of the Crusades. In philosophical terms, we have moved from a monist to a theist standpoint. With regard to the present text, some experienced occultists have written to say that they use other correspondences than the ones that I use. And I have no doubt that other systems can be used successfully and that there is, in fact, no one and only true. I am indebted to Mr. Pierre Wintle, who has taken much trouble to explain that C.C. Zane's attributions, that I dismiss somewhat shortly, are in fact based on well thought out principles. However far removed his resulting correspondences are from the traditional systems that I favor. Some have also taken me to task with regard to my fulsome remarks about Scientology. It may be that they are made one insufficient evidence, but I can only, in all honesty, record that my own personal experiences of this technique have been very helpful. It may be that I have been singularly fortunate. Gareth Knight, November 23rd, 1975. It's important to remember that these books that we're studying and that you're studying, especially on subjects like this, are not gospel, right? Because nobody owns the copyright to any of this information. But the books that we're reading, these serve as interpretations of what we would assume are our studied practitioners. So let's say that you dedicate a healthy, hearty amount of time and energy studying the Tree of Life, um, making this a part of your daily mission, and really having these intense breakthroughs and realizations. And at that moment of time, you decide to write a text based on your understandings. That's what these books are. These books are reflections of the author's work at the time of understanding, right? 1975, 1965. More than likely, of after continued practice, their understanding of the work has evolved, changed, grown. So it's important to see that these books serve as lighthouses in the sea of knowledge, in the abyss of knowledge. With these lighthouses, we can kind of get an idea or a clue to what a studied mind has pulled out of this type of science. Just something good to keep in mind. All right, so we're going through the 30-second path. We'll begin with the prologue, the nature of the paths, And then we are getting into the lesser mysteries, the path of the personality. That's going to be 32. But since we have this at a glance, check out how it's structured. If you so happen to have a diagram of the tree of life before you, you'll notice that these numbers correspond to these paths. So section 1 is the lesser mysteries, what's called the lesser mysteries, or the paths of the personality, right? And the paths of the personalities are going to deal with 32, 29, 31, and these deal with the ways to and from the physical being. And these are all the paths that are connected to Malkuth, by the way. Malkuth to Yesod, Malkuth to Had, Malkuth to Netzach. Part 2 is the structures of personality, right? 28, 30, 27. And then part 3 is the links with the individuality. And if you recall, the individuality is basically the soul, the higher self. The personality is the lower self, the incarnation. So the personality, the individuality, and then the spirit. In other words, body, soul, spirit. The lowest self, the intermediary self, and the most high, right? So anyway, section 2, the greater mysteries. These are the paths of the individuality. This section of the tree and these paths are going to outline the soul. So paths, the structures of individuality, 20, 22, 19, influences upon the personality, and then finally the links with spirit. And then section 3, the supreme mysteries. These are the paths of spirit, influences upon individuality and the structures of spirit. After we go through all that, section 4 is the tarot. You know by now that each one of these 22 paths can be represented by one of the 22 major arcana. So I'm concurrently studying uh, The Talking Tree by William G. Gray. That's this book here, The Talking Tree by William G. Gray. And he actually uses the, the cards, the major arcana, organized differently than what we traditionally see, completely different. And one thing I learned in this book is that the original 22 major arcana actually were not numbered. They weren't numbered. So for the longest time, they were just kind of, you know, you arrange them however made sense. But since the people who made these cards in this deck into a game or whatever, they had to number those cards. And since they were numbered, that's when people began to assign them to these paths in the order that they're in. But rest assured, there are other structures of order that these cards can be assigned to these paths. Nothing is concrete or set in stone. It is all subjective as long as it makes sense, right? Because remember, it's an ecosystem. It reminds me of one of those. You ever seen those square toys that they give, those cheap ass toys they give to kids that have a bunch of little squares in them, and when you put them together perfectly, it makes a picture. And then one of the squares is like this empty space, and you can move the rest of the squares around. Well, that's kind of how it is. You can arrange the major arcana however you want to, as long as it makes sense with the bigger picture, with the rest of the cards. I don't know anybody personally who has enough knowledge of the Kabbalah to even attempt something like that, but who knows? Maybe one day. So let's get into this. We're going to start with the prologue. Prologue. Listen, if you are excited about this information, if this is what interests you, if you're ready to learn about the lower self, the higher self, and the most high in terms of Kabbalah, go ahead and hit that like button. Hit the like button. And let me know in the chat that you are excited or at least interested in this type of information. Talk to me now. Look at all that. This is stuff that you can easily find anywhere. All right, so let's get to the prologue. I'm gonna try to get through this without too much yapping. Because if you let me, I will sit here and yap. Peace, peace, zero. Louis, peace, peace. Nice profile picture. Cosmic Traveler, peace and greetings. Kevin Wise, peace. Good to see you. Mastermind in the building. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Discover the hero within. Peace, peace. I know nothing. We in here. Welcome, welcome. Sarai the Black Dove. Glad that you have joined us on this journey. Christina Smith. Peace, peace. Good to see you again. Stuffed Dog. Stuffed Dog made it, goddammit. That's your melanin. Good to see you. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Alora, peace, peace. Miss International. Good to see you. Good to see you. And good to see you doing big things. I'm proud of you, Alora. You are an inspiration to us all. Laura, you're a kick ass person. Literally. Discover the Hero Within says, I like how he uses the English alphabet with the cards on that book. Yeah, yeah, that's a really interesting concept. But I mean, it makes sense, right? Because that's in the Hebrew tradition, they do the same thing. All right, so we ready? We ready? Let's do it. Let's do it. Astro Ron, peace, peace, welcome. Ashley B, welcome, welcome. Yep, on as well. Don't tempt me with a good time. All right, the nature of the paths. In our first volume, we considered the 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life. Our present study is the 22 paths that interconnect them. In the Sefer Yetzirah, all the aspects of the Tree of Life are called paths, the 32 paths of concealed glory, but it is the connecting links between the Sephiroth that are the paths proper. These are 22 in number, though their numeration runs from 11 to 32. The Sephiroth representing paths 1 to 10, right? Just so we're all clear, in case somebody's new or doesn't know, there are so called 32 paths. That's if you consider the entire tree. We're counting Kether, Hakma, Bina, Tifereth, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, Malkuth as the first 10. Then we go back up to the actual paths and it starts at 11, right? So if you start at 11 and there's 22 paths, that's going to lead you to 32. So 32 in total. Check. All right, glad we got that out of the way. Now, what do these interconnecting paths represent? Well, as with the Sephiroth, they represent many things. But the fundamental difference between a Sephiroth and a path is that while a Sephiroth stands primarily for an objective state, a path is the subjective experience one undergoes in transferring consciousness from one Sephiroth or state to another. So the path is the subjective experience, right? What's happening in your mind, in your life, right? The subjective experience. If you're in a wonderful relationship, then you can describe that subjective experience, right, as the things that are going on in your emotions, in your thoughts, in your vision, including the behaviors, like the whole experience is a subjective aspect, right? So a path is the subjective experience one undergoes in transferring consciousness from one Sephiroth or state to another. Thus, the 30-second path symbolizes the experience of consciousness that will be undergone on the transference of consciousness from the physical world of Malkuth to the psychic, subconscious, etheric, or lower astral world, according to interpretation of Yesod. That's the 30-second path. All right, so 30-second path symbolizes, this is it in a nutshell, no matter what author, no matter who's talking about it or who's describing it, it ultimately 30-second path ultimately symbolizes the experience of consciousness that will be undergone on the transference of consciousness from the physical world of Malkuth to the psychic, subconscious, etheric, or lower astral world of Yesod. Now, I repeated that to say this. Do you remember the last time that you actually had that experience? Do you remember the last time that you went through the experience of the transfer of your consciousness from the physical world to the psychic world? Do you remember the last time that happened? I do. I just woke up from a nap not long ago. But hell, I also went into deep meditation. I also tripped on the shrooms and the edibles, right? There's many different ways to traverse the 30-second path. But the thing is to stop and be conscious and be aware of that transition from being an animal and being focused on the animal nature and the animal body and the animal experience of going to work and going to school and doing the family life and the friend life, from being that physical and then transferring up into this etheric psychic subconscious state. Do you remember the last time you did that? We all do it. So this isn't like some exclusive thing, right? We all do it, but there are varying degrees of how deep that journey can go. We making sense so far? Sly, peace, peace. Honey Bunny, welcome, welcome. Useless Familiar, greetings. Realm Lilith, peace, peace. Joe Tombright says the last time that happened for me, I probably went crazy. Yeah, and that might have been a super intense time. But what I'm saying here is that we go through this path. All that this is actually a common thing. We all go through this path, even if we just touch it lightly or briefly. Even if we just take a few steps and come back. What I want to point out is that each and every one of us transfer from the physical plane to our imagination, to the energy world, to the astral plane. We all do this, even if we daydream, even if we visualize and fantasize. I know you're an artist, right? Those of us who are artists, this is where our art actually comes from. We go into a trance state of the etheric, and we become receptive to vibrations, and then we symbolize them in our work. And if nothing else, we all dream. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Like I'm really trying to make this or connect this to a regular, normal, mundane experience. It's not necessarily like a ritual. You don't have to light a candle, put on a robe, and all this. We, if you stop right now and close your eyes and think about what it was like to be 12 years old, in order to do that, you have to walk through the 30-second path. You get me? In fact, Luz, greetings. Luz says young children are this state by default. Right, right. So you get me? Let's connect this stuff to real world experiences so that it doesn't seem like something that's far away or something that is only for certain special people. Alora says it's about to be a full moon. I've been feeling that current pretty heavy on and off recently. Absolutely. This is the Wild Ho full moon. The Wild Ho full moon. If you haven't already noticed, the hoes have been activated. Olora says, could we say that's a path we take every night when we go to sleep? Absolutely. Absolutely. But like I said, the intensity varies from experience to experience. It's definitely that experience for me when I create art. I'm drawing something down. Right, right. Kay Harris, peace, peace. Zero says, sorry, this is not about the lecture, but right now two full rainbows appear in the sky. Man, it's a double rainbow. And look at the cover of the mystical Qabala. You see that rainbow around Yesod as we're talking about the 30-second path. There's some holes in this house. All right, let's continue. Let's continue before the whole full moon catches up with us. Luxury Newman in the building. Long time no see, my friend. Stuff Dog says, I made 2 rainbows appear the other day. I was awesome. Fuck yeah. All right, back to it. Back to it. This journey in consciousness can be affected in 2 ways, from Malkuth to Yesod, or vice versa, right? So you can go from Malkuth up to Yesod, or from Yesod down to Malkuth, or any path. And the same applies to all the paths. The main symbolism of the paths is threefold. There is firstly the Hebrew letter, right? We're talking about 3 symbols here. The Hebrew letter, which can be called the key to the path, for it represents the essence of it in its Kabbalistic purity. All other symbolism is of later attribution. The Hebrew letters are extremely potent symbols, and it is a definite advantage to commit their shapes to memory. For meditation on their shapes can elucidate much. The order in which they are assigned to the paths is revealed in the glyph of the serpent of wisdom upon the tree of life. Luxury Newman says Scorpios catching the wild hoe frequency heavy. Well, I mean, the full moon is in Scorpio. I was trying to keep it subtle, but you just wanted to put it out there. So there we go. There we go. Veronica, peace and greetings. Great to see you, Veronica. I love you. Hope you're having a great day. All right. The serpent trails its way from Malkuth to the unmanifest, and on the way it touches or passes over every path. The order in which it does so reveals the order of numbering of the paths in reverse, and the Hebrew letters follow that numbering. Secondly, there are the astrological signs, 3 elemental signs: air, water, and fire. 7 planetary signs: Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the 12 zodiacal signs, 22 in all. The 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet are similarly divided into 3 mother letters, 7 double letters, and 12 single letters for reasons of pronunciation, and the astrological signs are attributed to them accordingly. The elemental signs go with the mother letters, the planetary signs with the double letters, and the zodiacal signs with the single letters. Early authorities are at variance in precise details of attribution, but there is little controversy in modern times. The system used by the Order of the Golden Dawn is accepted by the few modern commentators on the paths. So what all that just said is, right, so the primary symbols that we use for the paths are the Hebrew letters of the alphabet. The 22 Hebrew letters are each assigned to the 22 paths, right? So we're talking about correspondences here. What he's doing right now is he's building up this library of correspondences for you. And if you understand the pattern, the context, then the content will begin to fall into place. So let's examine what just happened here. You got the 22 Hebrew letters of the alphabet. If you don't know, the 22 Hebrew letters of the alphabet, in this case, can be divided into 3 categories. There's the mother letters, which are 3 of them. There's the 7 double letters, and then there's 12 single letters, right? So there's 12 single letters, 12, 7 double letters, 7, and 3 mother letters. So it just so happens that the next correspondences, aside from the Hebrew alphabet, are the astrological signs. So check this out. There's 3 elemental signs of air, water, and fire. And guess what? There's 3 mother letters. So you already know whatever paths have the 3 mother letters as their symbol, they're going to be one of these 3 elemental signs: air, water, and fire. And particularly, we're dealing with the Fool, the Hanged Man, and the Judgment card, each of these paths. Next, you've got 7 planetary signs. And you should know the 7 classical planets are the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Those are going to correspond with the 7 double letters. So, of all the 22 paths that have the 7 double letters as their correspondence, they're also going to be lined up with either the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. For example, the Magician card is lined up with Mercury and whatever Hebrew letter is associated here. And then finally, there's 12 single letters for the rest of the paths, and those are going to line up with, you guessed it, the zodiac. So altogether, 12 plus 7 plus 3 is 22. Make sense? I thought so too. The astrological sign tells us the spiritual significance of a path, a hint of the cosmic factors operating in that particular sphere of consciousness. Again, this is deduced as much from the shape of the sign as from the usual astrological signification. The shapes of these signs are of immemorial antiquity and are said to have been laid down when man used mainly a subconscious type of mentation. So, meditation on the actual shapes can again be productive of much. Productive of much. The element earth is not included as this is part of Malkuth. Now, he says that because, of course, we know the 3 elemental signs, right? Well, what about the 4 element or 5 element? Well, earth, we're not counting because we are the earth experience of Malkuth. You'll also notice that what we could actually say here, what I would say if this was me putting this together, these 3 would align with the 3 gunas because threes go with the gunas. Air being sattva, water being tamas, and fire being rajas. But you get the concept. So the elemental earth is not included as this is part of Malkuth. Crowley has legislated for 2 extra paths, 31 bis and 32 bis, using the sign for spirit and earth, respectively, instead of fire and Saturn. This seems, in our view, to be an unnecessary complication, nor is it necessary to bother about the planets beyond Saturn, comparatively recently discovered. We make no attempt to fit them in because to try to do so shows a misunderstanding of the nature of the factors involved. So keep that sentence in mind whenever you see Pluto on the Tree of Life diagram, or Neptune or Uranus, right? Whenever you see these outer planets on the tree, we do not make an attempt to fit them in because to try to do so shows a misunderstanding of the nature of the factors involved. Because we're dealing with a system where all the pieces have to make sense. And to add extra pieces just because we have extra planets, it doesn't really fit the whole, like you have to change everything to make that fit. Remember that whenever you see Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus on the Tree of Life. We are not dealing with things from an astrological point of view, and the 7 traditional planetary signs, though including Sol and Luna, are not directly representative of astronomical bodies, but are convenient labels for 7 types of subtle force which play upon the earth. So keep that in mind. When we're talking about Qabala, tarot, and astrology, we're not talking about the actual physical planets. The influence of Mercury has nothing to do with the computer generated image of that rocky planet close to the sun. The influence of Mercury is a label for a type of cosmic force. It's not actually Mercury doing anything. This is where the mundane people get confused. This is where the NPC folks get confused. It's not that the actual Mercury planet is going in retrograde and therefore destroying your life. There's a energy that has been recognized, a cosmic force that we've given the label Mercury. Makes sense? Olora says, so 3 gunas are air, water, and fire. These are the main elements. So then would ether and earth not really be counted because they are the most low and the most high, not really changeable? Yeah, so In Initiation to Hermetics, Franz Barton really explains that nicely. He basically says that fire is the active, water is the passive, and air is what separates the two. What we call earth is just the combination of all these forces working together as something unique. And then of course Akash is the space for all of these to take place. So really Akash and earth are two sides of the same coin. They both represent the space for the gunas to be active. So what the earth element actually is the space for these gunas to play out. And what Akash is the space for these gunas to play out. And that connects to how Malkuth is in Kether and Kether is in Malkuth, but of a different order. Let me know if that makes sense. Akash opens the space for these three wild elements to express themselves, and Earth is the space for these three wild elements to express themselves. Rose of Flame says bright, fertile, dark, sterile. Exactly, exactly. We're talking about Binah here. The Matrix, Prakriti, the Queen and the Princess, Binah and Malkuth. Joe Sombright Jr. says, when we're talking about these planets, are we talking about their qualities? You could say that, right? When we talk about the planets in the occult, um, just for a quick second, just remove any concept of these planetary bodies in the sky, and instead think about how there are numerous cosmic forces that stir together and shape and create experience. Of these seven cosmic forces, we've given them names, and we named them, you know, Venus, Mercury, Sun, Moon, etc., etc. And these cosmic forces, they affect us in different degrees, different quantities, different percentages. And depending on the combination of these effects, we get different life situations, different subjective experiences. And in the same way, he said, hey, look, here's a path. We can symbolize the path by a Hebrew letter or a planet or a number or a tarot card. They're all just correspondences. None of them are the actual thing. All of them just point to this cosmic force. So this is what we're talking about with these planets. We're talking about seven unique cosmic forces. Same thing with the zodiac. 12 unique cosmic forces on a different degree. But they also align with what we call Gemini, Aquarius, etc., etc. Let me know if that's helpful. Like being the plane for the possibilities to play out. Absolutely, absolutely. One in potential, which is Akash, and one in actuality, which is Earth. Larry Newman says it's the Earth, the form that the space takes through the action of the elements. Yes, yes, great observation. Prakriti in the building. Moldavite, peace, peace. Moldvox, excuse me, peace. Stuff Dog says the planets are just designations for different qualities of energy that we have plucked out of the array. Yes, yes. Right. In the same way that we've got the periodic table as all these different potential subtle forces, different qualities of energy that we've picked out of the array, it's the exact same thing that we have here with this tree of life. If anything, the tree of life is like the periodic table for the soul, periodic table for consciousness. And then the periodic table is going to be the periodic table for matter. All right, so let's get back to it. Good stuff, right? Good stuff. AZW, peace, peace. All right, so like he says here, we're not dealing with things from an astrological point of view, and the seven traditional planetary signs, though including Sol and Luna, are not directly representative of astronomical bodies, but are convenient labels for seven types of subtle force which play upon the Earth. As much an analysis of what Uranus or Pluto might stand for is not germane to our treatise. Whatever the astrological factors involved, they have little bearing on the Kabbalistic system, which is a magical rather than an astrological tradition, right? So Kabbalah is a magical system, not an astrological system. There's no need to force something new into the system when, it doesn't need to be there. Like if you have a game that's made on Xbox, right? And then they port it for Nintendo Switch or Dreamcast, they don't change the Dreamcast and the controllers to play the game. No, they change the game so that it can work with the controller. Make sense? Framestar Films, peace and greetings, my friend. Hope you're having a great morning. I believe it's morning. Yeah, it's super early for you. All right, back to it. Whatever the astrological factors involved, they have little bearing on the Kabbalistic system, which is a magical rather than an astrological tradition. It may well be, for example, that part of that force we call Martian derives actually from Pluto, but it is accounted for in our magical consideration of Mars. We do not have to have a minutely accurate diagnosis of the actual effects of specific heavenly bodies, as does the astrologer. Thirdly, there is the tarot trump, right? So we went through the Hebrew letters. That's the first correspondence. The second is the astrological signs, which are, of course, the three elemental signs, the seven planetary signs, and the 12 zodiac signs. Now, the third correspondence to these paths are the tarot trump, the major arcana. Is anybody here, perchance, unfamiliar with the 22 paths and the correspondences? Not necessarily what the paths mean, but are you unfamiliar with what tarot card goes with which path? Or are you unfamiliar with what planet goes with which path? I know some people are familiar with it. Is anybody here not familiar with those correspondences? Thirdly, there's the tarot trump assigned to the path. The true attributions have long been a source of controversy, and we shall investigate the various claims in section 4. For the time being, however, we would prefer to draw on no external authorities. If the attributions we use are correct, they should be self evident in our detailed analysis of the paths. So we suggest that readers reserve judgment until they have studied the first three sections of this book, which deal with the meaning of the paths. That's key right there, right? It should be self evident. That's how you know the system is complete because it defines itself. You shouldn't necessarily have to go out of your way to make it make sense. And that's also what I mean by saying this is an ecosystem. This is a closed unit. It's not that the pieces are super important, but it's that all the pieces are necessary for the system to work. And of course, if you have the book The Kabbalistic Tarot by Robert Wang, in the very front of that book, he's got a great diagram that shows all the paths and what tarot cards line up with those paths. And also, I mean, you can just pull it up on Google. You can find a diagram of which tarot cards go with which paths. And I've done multiple videos just going over what planets, astrological signs, and tarot cards go with each path. So I mean, that part of this is readily available, and I do suggest memorizing it if you want to learn how to do Kabbalistic work. in your meditation. It may take a little bit of time, but it's worth it. I think it's definitely worth it because you can start to see the world through this Kabbalistic lens. What's good about that? Well, you can start to put all of your experiences, subjective and objective, into a system that works. And then the energies and forces behind every situation becomes self-evident. And this is how tarot works. When you're reading tarot, when you pull these different cards, what you're actually doing is you're becoming receptive to the subtle energies that are present in every moment, in every situation. But let's get back to this. Yeah, they will then be in a position to form their own opinions from a knowledge of the Kabbalah itself rather than from a necessarily superficial estimation of the status and knowledgeability, real or imaginary, of the various pundits, whether they be Eliphas Levi, Pappas, Worth, Mathers, Crawley, Waite, Hall, Knapp, Rigardi, Case, or even Gareth Knight. This accounts for the major symbolism, and our investigations will be based on this entirely. Plus, the Yetziratic texts, which, though highly cryptic, were of great use in our investigations of the Sephiroth. We also include, with the other symbolism at the heading of each path, a list of the flashing colors. Yes, there's even colors associated with these paths. The same considerations apply here as with the Sephiroth. That is, they can be quite arbitrary. Be a good idea to plug my phone in, especially since I'm using the camera. Unicorn Universe, peace and greetings. Yes, I am unfamiliar with the tarot cards and their correspondences with the paths. I remember all 22 major arcana, but don't know how they exactly correspond with the paths yet. I have a chart from a video of yours, but I've not memorized it. Okay. Well, yeah. Hey, that's why we're here, right? That's why we're here. To get this stuff locked in. They seem derived primarily from the astrological sign of the path, and thus the king scale colors of the planetary paths are the seven colors of the spectrum, from Mars, red, to Saturn, indigo. The zodiacal signs have similar colors, for in their case, the spectrum is divided into 12 divisions from the red of Aries. Ah, so right there, he's starting to break down how the colors correspond with these paths. Infrared Mars, ultraviolet Saturn. Nice. And then, of course, the zodiac signs also follow that pattern, but it's split into 12 colors. I could go into that, but let's stick to the subject. But before commencing a study of the first three sections of our text, it is necessary to consider the way we have laid out the teaching. We managed to get through the first volume of this work without undue references to such terms as spiritual atom, individuality, personality, and so on. And this was done purposely in order to avoid confusion, various schools having varying terminology. However, this is no longer possible now that we've come to an analysis of the subjective being of man, though we will try to keep the esoteric jargon to a minimum. Briefly, the human being can be divided for purposes of analysis into three vehicles: the part of him which is eternal, the part of him that lasts as long as an evolution, and the part of him that lasts only a human lifetime in Earth. Pause. Think about that, right? I'll read it again. The human being can be divided for the purposes of analysis into three vehicles: a part of him which is eternal, that's the spirit; the part of him that lasts as long as an evolution, that's the soul, evolutionary incarnation, cosmic doctrine; and the part of him that only lasts a human lifetime in Earth, that's your physical body. Wait until you have an experience that the physical body is not the full you. It is literally just an extension. Death loses its sting when you really realize that. But yeah, there was something I was going to avoid, but I think this might be a good time to break it down. So one thing he said up here about the seven colors of the planets, the 12 colors of the zodiac, and now he's talking about the three bodies of the human. So I want to put it like this: life is frequency, right? And this will make sense as to why I had to, or why I feel like I should break this down. Well, if I could write on this napkin, I cannot write on this napkin. I need a different pen. All right, so check this out. We're talking about the vibration of existence. All right, so hear me out. So here we have the spectrum, right? So imagine that this is a spectrum. It's the same thing, I'm just doing it three times. All right, so check this out. And from the spectrum, we could say infrared over here, ultraviolet over here. You see that? So we've got two different frequencies. I believe ultraviolet is the lower frequency and infrared is the higher frequency, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, all we have is vibration that gradually speeds up. You see that? So on one end, the vibration is real slow, but as it moves along the spectrum, it gets so much faster, right? But what existence is there's a whole blended vibration. It's not separated. Now, in order for us to actually work with it and analyze it and process it and make it make sense, what we have to do is break it down into pieces. So even though this is one long continuous frequency that loops faster and faster as it goes this way and slower as it goes this way, we can say negative over here and positive over here. What we do is we break it down. So basically, let's say we just make these divisions and we could say over here is red, over here is orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. So you see what I did there? We just took this frequency and then we broke it down into seven pieces just to make sense of it. So we got blue over here, violet over here, green here, yellow, orange, red, just so we can make sense of the different frequency of how one acts differently from the other. Blue and violet and green and yellow don't exist, but we're looking at a different piece of the same frequency. You see what I'm saying here? Now, that same frequency right there, that same exact vibration, and this isn't just for color, this goes for all of reality, right? To understand the zodiac, we did the same thing, but instead of breaking it down into seven pieces to analyze it, we actually broke it down into 12 pieces to analyze it. So there's 12 different divisions of that same frequency. 12 different divisions instead of seven. Remember, the divisions don't exist, but we just use them in order to understand what's happening. So we do the exact same thing with the human body, right? Here we have our physical body, here we have our soul, and then here we have our spirit. It's the same continuous vibration, but we break it into sections in order to analyze it separately. Luz says the same thing with the music scale. Yes. And listen, this is the same thing with everything. Everything is like this. There are no individual things. There are no individual separate thing. Everything is one continuous vibration, but we separate it into segments in order that we can compare it and contrast it to something else. This is how the mind works. And I need you to lock that in, because if you want to understand the spiritual plane and the mental plane and all these different planes and how the magical ecosystem works, this is what's happening here. All we're looking at is different angles of the same vibration. You understand what I'm saying here? If you get this, then you will go a long way. Because see, most people, what they do is they mistake the divisions for actual things, and they argue about the fucking divisions, get lost and confused and miss the point. But not you. That's why we have incarnated here together at this time to go over this information, because y'all are supposed to get it. So you understand what I'm saying? Let me know in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. And don't just say yes. Like, if you really do get it. One frequency, we divide it however many times we got to divide it. It doesn't matter. But the divisions are arbitrary. That's what I mean when I say an ecosystem. Even the tree of life is like this. It's one long frequency, but we break it down into 10 sections to understand the Sephiroth, and then 22 sections to understand the paths. Or I should say 32 sections. It's the same exact thing. Because, like, where's the line between when you're awake and then when you're dreaming, right? We can say dreaming is over here and being awake is over here. You don't just suddenly snap into a dream. You gradually phase into that dream. And that's what the paths are all about. You gradually phase into one state to another state. Now, the question is, are you built to hold it? Are you built for it? Everybody isn't built with the capacity to hold high vibrations. Now, anybody can tap into enlightenment if they do it right. But the question is your lifestyle, is your mental structure, is your physical structure built to hold enlightenment, to hold it, to contain it? I reached Darshan for real. Dharana Darshan. Darshan is the vision. Darshan is what happens when you finally realize that object and subject are one. It's a vision, and you become that vision. And you got to practice holding on to it so that you can phase into that as a reality. All right, so I went over that. I beat that dead horse because I need you to understand it. One of the most important occult truths. Let's continue. But yeah, that's what it is also. When it comes to this occult information, your structure, like your structure as an individual incarnation, your physical body, your emotional body, your mental body, it has to be fortified. It has to be built and structured in such a way to hold on to higher consciousness. You're like a cup, and you need the cup to be resilient in order to hold different purity, different quality of consciousness. Most people aren't built for it, and you know that. We don't even have to go into that. Most everybody is not built for higher consciousness, and that's okay. They're supposed to have their place where they are. Understand that. Everybody's not supposed to be enlightened and wise and all that good stuff. Reality would break down if that was the case. I was almost not going to give that metaphor, but let's continue. In fact, doesn't the Kabbalion tell you about that when it talks about the principle of polarity, the law of polarity? Yeah, cooking good crack this evening, or whatever Gucci Man said. Good crack. We cooking good crack today. Let's continue. All right, so, but yeah, and one more thing. Just like when I said, like, the seven planets are seven different types of subtle force, and the zodiac are 12 different types of subtle force. That's what I mean. They're divisions of that larger frequency. But before commencing a study of the first three sections of our text, it is necessary to consider the way we have laid out the teaching. We managed to get through the first volume of already did that. Yeah, okay. So briefly, the human being can be divided for purposes of analysis into three vehicles: the part of him which is eternal, the part of him that lasts as long as an evolution, and the part of him that lasts only a human lifetime in Earth. The first we call the spirit, the second, the individuality or the soul, the individuality or the soul, and the third, the personality, the lower self. So when you see personality here, think about your personality, think about your physical body, personality. Whenever they say personality in these books, think about the person, the ego, the incarnated human. Then when they say individuality, think the individual soul spark, the individual spark of light, individual soul. So individuality, the soul, the higher self, personality, the physical body, the physical being, the human, temporary being. Stuff Dog says, Travis, I found through my own experiences that refinement is what it takes to open the door, but it is not required for retention of what's behind that door. I always fall off. You know what that makes me think of? That makes me think of the Sephiroth and the paths, right? Refinement is what it would take to get you there, to open the door, but it takes something different to actually keep that energy, to sustain that. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think a part of the cycle of this work is opening a door, realizing that energy, and then going back down to where you were, and then working yourself up so you can retain that, and then realizing a new level, and then coming back down, and then working yourself up to retain it. I think that's what we're doing. We get this epiphany, and then we spend time trying to stay there. Lou says, can you fortify the body to be able to withstand higher consciousness, or does that more so have to do with the soul? So we could say that the soul is the higher consciousness. The soul is the repository of all the data experienced as an incarnation. So, I mean, we don't want to get, I don't want to get too into it, but the soul, there's different souls, right? One type of soul has what's called a, what is it? Linear incarnation, where it literally incarnates through time. So it's like one incarnation lives here and then it dies, and the next one lives after that, and the next one lives after that. Some souls process that way. Then there are other souls who have simultaneous incarnations. So, and that's more than likely that's what we are, right? So we'll have one incarnated here in 2025, one back here in 1883, one back here in the 1300s, all at once. And the thing is, all the data that's experienced from these personalities is retained and stored in the soul. Now, technically, if you want to get funky with it, time doesn't exist. So the soul always has that information. But in order to play out through cause and effect or karma, those incarnations process that data in real time. Um, but to answer your question, can you fortify the body to be able to withstand higher consciousness? Some of those incarnations, not all of them, some of them, their task, we call them end game incarnations. Some of them, if they're an end game incarnation, then their task is to refine their awareness, to refine how they experience reality, so that they can receive more of that data that's stored in the soul. That's what a lot of people are experiencing right now, and that's what other people have experienced at other times throughout existence. Everyone doesn't wake up at the same time. And this might not be your incarnation to wake up. Maybe you have another incarnation that has woken up. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. What matters is doing your work right now that you're doing. But to answer your question, um, you can fortify the body, and hopefully, I mean, I think you mean more than just the physical body. You can fortify the self, absolutely. That's what we do with meditation. That's what we do with repetition, consistency, spiritual practice, etc. Well, Laura says, wow, that's interesting. I had corresponded the soul as the eternal spirit, eternal, and the spirit as the individual, but here it's different. Yeah, I don't know when it happened, but I think Christianity has something to do with it. I think Christianity is what had us all believing that way. But what I've seen here in this particular Kabbalistic tradition, and Hermetic and Kabbalistic tradition, is that they say that the spirit is the eternal, the soul is the temporary, and the body is the absolutely temporary. But really, the terms don't matter. We just know that we're talking about these three concepts of the eternal self, the long lasting self, and the temporary self. The words might be interchangeable because of how we were raised, but just know that we're talking about this specific concept. But remember, it's this whole fortification is more than just like the physical thing. It also has to do with your emotional body and your mental body, the whole ecosystem, not just your physical body. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, "Yeah, I tapped into Doth for like 4 seconds today, then I lost connection." Yeah, man. I spent a month working myself up to be able to swim in those waters. Luxury Newman says, "What if you found your previous gravesite and experienced memories of that body through psychometry?" Hmm. I'm sure that we are having similar experiences to that all the time, and we would never realize it. Like the hot dog that you're eating for lunch is probably manufactured in a facility where, I don't know, an older version of yourself founded the company. Gerald Sombra says, "Do these aspects correspond to the Ruach, Nefesh, and Neshama?" Absolutely. Well, yes, yes, they do. Yes, great observation. All right, let's continue because this stuff is just now starting to get good, and we ain't even into the actual chapter yet. Supposedly, those linear incarnations are usually not human. They're usually reptilian or some other type of animal. I'm not getting into that, but I will say this. Everybody gets so excited about, oh, Gateway Project and the government said that astral projection is real. Everybody's so excited about that, but nobody looks into the actual people involved with that research. Nobody looks at the psychics or the mystics that were doing the work for the CIA, right? I'm not talking about no Monroe Project. I mean, like the rest of the folks. And you want to hear something crazy? One of those folks, we did a book study from. Who can guess who it was? Who can guess who it was? If you're paying attention. The CIA just confirmed astral projection. Damn, all that. Who are the occultists on the payroll, right? Right? One of them was this dude. Uh oh. One of them was this dude. And there are many more who have written work, who have published work. But like I said, we're not going to get into that. We're not going to get into that. We may have read one or two authors who've been involved with those types of projects with the government. So, is this still hocus pocus? Is this still just make believe and, oh, astrology only works if you believe in it? We on to something here, but I digress. Like I said, we're not going to get into it. Not right now, but maybe later. Back to it. A little bit of research will take you a long way. You can find it if you care. Where were we? Jasaja, peace, peace. Glad to see you. Okay, so the spirit, when it enters the manifest universe, has its own spiritual vehicle, which projects into denser manifestation, an evolving unit, which we call the individuality. This in turn projects into even denser manifestation, a series of personalities, a series of personalities. So it's not one person for one soul. Your soul is like a jellyfish, and each little tentacle is a different incarnation. You're one of them. We've always been taught that one person has one soul and that's that. No, 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 no. One soul has multiple persons in it. The same way that your physical body has multiple organs, and all of those organs have their own intelligence and they do their own thing. And they don't know about you. They just know about their work and their compulsion to work. The brain, the eyes, the liver, the kidneys, the stomach, the intestines. Those are all individual intelligences. Likewise, your soul has multiple incarnations that make up its body, its ecosystem. You're one of many. So the spirit, when it enters the manifest universe, has its own spiritual vehicle, which projects into denser manifestation and evolving unit, which we call the individuality. This, in turn, projects into even denser manifestation, a series of personalities with which it gains experience of dense worldly life. Kabbalistically, the spirit can be assigned to the Sephirotic triangle of Kether, Chokmah, and Bina. That's the spirit above the abyss. The individuality to Chesed, Gibra, Tifereth, and the personality to Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. The actual physical body being represented by Malkuth. There is also a certain amount of overlap in the linking Sephirah of Doth and Tifereth. The personality can aspire to and touch Tifereth in its higher moments, as the individuality can with Doth. So working with Doth, you already have to have a familiarity with your soul. Working with Doth, you already have to have been in contact with your higher self and have built a relationship. By the way, when it comes to spiritual authority, ain't no better way on the market right now to learn about this than taking my class, the Elemental Magic Mastery System. I highly recommend that you take this class. I show you how to come into contact with that soul, how to build spiritual authority. Link should be in the description of the video, once it's uploaded, that is. There's also a certain amount of overlap in the linking Sephirah of Doth and Tifereth. The personality can aspire to and touch Tifereth in its higher moments as the individuality can with Doth. Similarly, the spirit can reach down to Doth. These vehicles go by other names in other contexts according to the esoteric school from which they emanate. For example, the spirit can also be called or be associated with the essential self, the monad or the electric fire, the individuality with the evolutionary personality, cosmic doctrine, the higher self, Krishna, the soul, the solar angel or solar fire. The personality can be equated with the incarnationary personality, the lower self, Arjuna, the lunar lords, the body nature or fire by friction, This list is by no means complete, but should give an adequate indication to students familiar with terminologies other than the Kabbalistic. We should add also that in these pages, the word soul is used in a non-technical sense. These pages, non-technical sense, as a general term covering the whole psyche. In function, the spirit is, by its very nature, perfect. But on account of what is generally called original sin, or more occultly, the fall, or prime deviation, the individuality is to some extent aberrated. That is to say, it is not a true reflection of the spirit, and thus, though the author of apparently the highest motives, these motives may be wrong. As the personality is a projection of the imperfect individuality, then it follows that the personality is also aberrated, and this should be obvious from common sense observation of the state of the world we live in. Thus, the prime deviation is the cause of the abyss and the gulf on the tree of life. These obstructions to the free flow of force from Kether to Malkuth, which cause the gaps in man's knowledge of himself. So it is a great struggle for man to link up his personality consciously with his individuality. Yet this is the first requisite of occult knowledge and power, and should have been a natural phenomenon. The same applies with the conformity of the individuality with the will of the spirit, which marks the difference between white and black magic. So, in a matter of speaking, what he's saying here is that the spirit itself is perfect, right? That highest self. Remember, there's three levels. There's your physical incarnation, there's your soul, and then there's the spirit. The spirit is perfect, for sure. But to understand what was being said here, it helps to understand Samkhya. And Samkhya talks about how consciousness and matter have a relationship with each other. Consciousness is pure, it is unconditioned, right? There are no conditions. It is just, it's isness. Consciousness is pure isness. There's no descriptive qualities. Think about what the unfortunate said about Kether. There's no descriptive qualities. There's nothing to describe it with in terms of human experience. It is just pure life. It's nothing specific or particular. And it's everything and more. Now, what happens is that matter responds to and reflects and replicates consciousness. But the thing is, matter is not of the same quality as consciousness. Matter is not perfect. Matter is finite, where consciousness is infinite. So imagine trying to replicate something infinite within a finite medium. Of course, you're not going to be able to do it. It's just like, how we have computer graphics and video games. We can come close to making it look realistic, but it's a game. And it can't be anything more than a game because it's a reflection. It is an imitation, so to speak. Um, it's representation. So the very nature of the representation, of the reflection, of the imitation, it's imperfect because it's incomplete, right? The computer game, the what do you call it? The Unreal graphics engine, whatever. It can come close, but it's not going to be exactly perfect to real life. In that same way, the spirit is perfect, right? But the thing is, it's projecting itself into matter, into the material plane. So its projection into matter is going to be limited. It's going to be incomplete. Now, guess what? That soul now, which is an incomplete reflection of spirit, projects even deeper into the simulation as an incarnation. And it's a copy of it's an incomplete copy of a copy. It's an incomplete reflection of the original. And just like a fractal repeating itself over and over and over again, the imperfections repeat themselves over and over again. That's why we have life the way that it is now. It's like it's perfect, but it's also not perfect. You get what I'm saying? Just like the video games that we have can be like as close to realistic as possible, but there's always going to be that something missing And you know, the way the technology evolves, we'll get closer and closer and closer, but it's almost like trying to create zero when you're actually a decimal number, right? So like decimal numbers, they never actually go to zero. It's always 0.1, 0.325564, right? It's close, but it's not quite there. That's what matter is to consciousness. Consciousness is like an absolute zero, an absolute one. And matter is like a percentage. It's like a fraction. It's like a decimal. If consciousness is one, matter is like 0.999999999. Luxury Newman says it's like a deep fried image, a screenshot of a screenshot. Exactly. The quality becomes worse and worse. Yeah. I remember school before the internet was like the way that it is now. And we had fax machines at the local community college. And the teacher would um, scan the assignment or the homework for us to take home. And if somebody lost theirs, they'd make a scan of a scan. And it wouldn't take long before it was like, if it had images on that page, it would look completely awful, terrible. And some of the words would just bleed into each other. It was horrible. But that's what we're dealing with. Exactly right. A deep fried image. Alora says that's why everything has to be an internal journey, because that's the only thing that is actually complete. Everything external is just an imitation of something that is perfect, but it will never be. Precisely. And look, there is a perfection in that imperfection. That is the perfection of matter. That is the perfection of Prakriti. I didn't say that she was less than consciousness. In fact, they are the same. They're one and the same, two sides of the same coin. But the thing is, the quality of Prakriti is different from the quality of consciousness. Consciousness is unconditioned and unlimited, whereas matter is conditioned and limiting. They're two cosmic forces. They're two ultimate forces, but they reconcile into one, into one. Interesting stuff. All right, let's continue. She is perfect in what she offers, Prakriti, that is. Absolutely. And the sooner we understand that, the better off we will be. This place is perfect. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Luxury Newman says, I like the decimal metaphor. Malkuth only has the appearance of solidity, but it is never actually a whole number. It's never finished. And don't we see that when we zoom in, when the physicists zoom into matter and they see that it's actually empty space? What that's a funny, that is a joke. We think everything is solid and firm, right? But when they zoom in, there's nothing but empty space. We found the limitations of the matrix, man. On the low level, there's that Planck distance, right? Shout out to my Gnosis with his last presentation. We talked about that Planck distance. That's like the limit of the simulation. Like if you have a video game and you can only go to the edge of the map, but you can't go any further, Grand Theft Auto or The Sims or whatever, you can't go past the edge of that map. Well, our edge of the map is down at that Planck distance. And then there's also, I think it's called, what is it? A universal horizon, a cosmic horizon. There's also a super large limit that we can never cross, and it has something to do with the speed of light. That light has escaped that limit and it will never ever reach us because it's expanding faster than we are. That's the upper limit, and the Planck distance is the lower limit. Between those two is Prakriti. Outside of that is the triple blackness. We have found the limit. But again, that's another conversation. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. This consideration of the imperfection of the individuality is an important one, with many far reaching effects. And it must be borne in mind that whilst the tree of life is a blueprint of the perfection of manifestation, the true plan, the actual working out of its factors in terms of human life experience, may not be at all perfect. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stuff Dog says life happens between shit, like booty cheeks. Oh man, terrible. Thus, while Chesed should contain a true imprint of the spirit projected from Bina, in actual practice it may not. Needless to say, it will in the end. For there is no doubt about the true divine plan coming into objective manifestation on earth. It is only the time factor which is in doubt. Let's run that back. It will in the end, right, contain the true imprint of spirit. Everything will. Everything crosses the line. For there is no doubt about the true divine plan coming into objective manifestation on earth. There's no doubt about that. It is only the time factor which is in doubt. All your dreams will come true, every single one of them. Maybe not as soon as you'd like, but they will. All the dreams of humanity must come to pass. It is only the time factor which is in doubt, this being dependent upon the rate of human redemption and realization. Thus, we have not only the normal evolutionary path to take into consideration, but also the return to the true path of evolution from the false path trodden out as a result of human deviation. This complicates matters a little bit, but we shall deal with it step by step in our consideration of the paths. It is partly because of this additional complicating factor that the present wave of Western occult teaching, since about 1875, has not stressed the deviationary side of the pattern. Hmm. The important thing was to get the main sample broad lines of esoteric teaching across. It has led to an apparent contradiction or division, however. On the one hand, the esoteric schools teaching that all is in conformity with the law, the individuality perfect, and some even seeming to think their personality is perfect as well, man. And on the other hand, the exoteric churches stressing the sinful state of man without much rational basis apart from biblical authority, and in some difficulties about accounting for the obvious pain and suffering in the world. Actually, both these standpoints are different sides of the same coin, and in order to gain a true perspective, we must consider both of them. So, what if this original sin isn't just that Adam ate a piece of fruit that Eve gave to him? What if it's a metaphor for being an imperfect reflection of perfection? The sin isn't necessarily something that we did, it's what we are. And perhaps it isn't about begging forgiveness, it's about realizing that you are not this imperfect reflection, but you are the perfection. That makes more sense to me, occult wise at least. Straight Panther, peace and greetings, man. Peace. Good to see you. Been a little minute. Been a little minute. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Laura says, I don't think we have passed the first chapter, and I have 2 pages of notes so far. I love it. Hey, this is good stuff. This is really good stuff. I'm telling you. Stuffed Dog says the dreams of humanity will come to pass. Then Prakriti will wipe the slate clean. Then some more falls in order. Up and down we go. Merry-go-round, wheel of fortune. Hey, all that daggum deviation, all that stinking sinning. Fire and brimstone, man. Fire and brimstone. Oh, yeah, like even ingesting the apple was trying to find external fulfillment. That's the issue we have, man. That's the issue that we have. We seek God on the outside. Did you know that we have this built in compulsion to worship? We have this built in compulsion to worship, to either worship somebody or something. That's why this whole Pope business is such a big deal. We we need a symbol that represents divinity. So we project it onto another person if they fit the bill. It it is it's healthy for the human psyche, right? And it has a lot to do with our development. Oh my gosh, we can go so deep with this. But the whole hero worship, guru worship, right? And that sort of thing, it being in that state, it allows us to go back into our infancy. It allows us to go back to being a baby, a child, and where we could completely depend on an authority that we can trust, right? As a baby and being able to completely trust your caregivers, because most people have pain and trauma and they weren't able to feel that security and that safety and that trust with their caregivers. Well, I can't say most people, but a lot of people grew up in such a way that that infantile state was unfulfilled and incomplete. So we got older, we grew up, and we kind of wrapped layers around it. But that tendency to worship, really, it's us seeking our union with higher self. That's what it actually is. But it gets tied up and tangled up with the fact that as babies, we didn't get to fully feel and develop in a safe, fully trusting environment. So we look for gurus, we look for teachers, we look for someone to worship, something to worship. Isn't it interesting how the mind works? And then you have people who take advantage of that and abuse that, and they'll attract people who will worship them, and they will keep them in that cycle. Now, it's healthy to express that worship. It is healthy as long as that worship leads to where it's actually supposed to be directed towards, which is your own soul. You're supposed to worship your own soul so you can use that connection to cross doth, to connect with your spirit. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to worship your soul so that you can worship your spirit and connect with it and become one with it. You're not supposed to worship some funky dude up here in rags and robes who has to take a shit just like you, who has to buy groceries and eat just like you. But here's the thing: we use that symbol until we are strong enough, until that infantile mind gets its nourishment. Isn't that so interesting? I find it fascinating. I really do. But the fact that all of us have this built-in tendency to worship, and we usually worship celebrities or whatever, goes to show that we did not get our fulfillment as infants. Something to think about the next time you go off into that worship trance. Okay, let's self-deification. What is going on here with these metaphors, guys? We are very much wrapped up in the Malkuth here. All right, back to it. Back to it. We're almost done with the introduction, and that's something. Okay, in our examination of the paths, we have not followed the numerical order. There is no special esoteric significance in the order we have followed, the order being dictated only by considerations of the easiest way to arrive at a logical, easy to follow sequence of the meaning of the paths in terms of human psychology. Reference to the table of contents will explain the reason behind the non numerical order. And for subsequent ease of reference, a numerical index is also provided of the paths and the tarot trumps. Newcomers to the subject are advised to follow the text in the order in which it was written. Finally, it should be stressed that the divisions of the soul into three separate categories is for ease of elucidation. If there had been no original deviation, there would be no abyss or gulf, no watertight divisions. The true spiritual human being is a unity. Imagine that, right? Imagine what it would be like to be the incarnation and the soul and the spirit all at once. Like we literally would use the physical body like a vehicle or an outfit. Wouldn't that be something, right? It would literally be like playing a video game, except in the real world. Because you take care of your character in the game. You make sure that they're decorated in the way that you like, and you try to level up and get your experience and your points. But check this out: where's the experience held? Where's the? Because like some games you play, and then you gather experience points, and you gather like skills and different techniques in the game. But you can also change your skin. You could change how your appearance looks. Where is that experience stored? Is it in the character itself? No, it's on a higher subtle level, just like the soul. All the experience and the skills and the memory and the data that you are experiencing here in this incarnation, it's not stored in your physical body only. It's also being stored in a very subtle dimension of self. I mean, you got to wonder, right? How is it that some child can be born at 2, 3 years old, playing Mozart, speaking six languages, teaching at a teaching at a college level, right? Graduating at age 12. How the fuck does that happen? They didn't sit around in a room and just learn really hard. I don't know about you, but 6-year-olds don't do that. Come on, man. That data has already been stored somewhere and it was accessed because that particular incarnation has a specific task. And I tell you what, man, the new humans are already being born. The evolved humans are already being born. They just have a little bit of trouble blending into society. But I show you, or you can see for yourself, society is shifting and changing to accommodate the new humans. And the old humans don't like it. I'm not talking about something specific, like some specific thing. I'm not talking about no political shit or nothing like that. But all of the drastic change that's happening at once, this is the old paradigm breaking down so that the new humans are able to exist as they are. Because those of us who came in here early, especially if you're one of them, you know how difficult it was to really blend in with the rest of these folks. But anyways, let's get back to this, right? If there had been no original deviation, there would be no abyss or gulf, no watertight divisions. The true spiritual human being is a unity. Similarly, the division of the teaching into grades of study, lesser, greater, and supreme mysteries, is mainly a traditional expedient. Truth is also a unity. When you think about unity, think about the diagram that I showed you, right? It's all one vibration, but we break it down in order to scrutinize it, to understand it piecemeal. But there ain't no separation in anything. Hell, there's barely any separation between you and I. That's how psychic activity works with your primitive autoconscious. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All right, let's get into it now. We're gonna wrap it up with the 30-second path. Who's on board with me? Who's ready to go? Who's already picking up some gems? Sexual. 1, the lesser mysteries, the paths of personality. They don't understand the things that they don't better. All right, so I have finished my coffee. I'm gonna go grab some coffee creamer, get this next cup, and we are about to break down this 30-second path. After the night, don't leave your girl around me. Play it for real. That's my nigga for real. You're gonna learn about that 30-second path. All right, quick coffee break. I'm about to brew me a cup. Don't go anywhere. Ready to learn. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. Cause I'm gonna be alright tonight. I'm gonna be alright tonight. Situations will rise. Don't make music like that no more. All right, section 1. I don't want to wait too long. I don't want that steam to dissipate. Need this engine pumping, thrusting, grinding, churning. Part 1, the ways to and from physical being. I'm in such a mood that I could probably read like this whole section, all 3 paths. I'm not gonna do that to y'all because I know it's Saturday night. Y'all still got to go to the club. Y'all got to watch the political debate. You got to catch the game. I know, I understand. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. Cause I'ma be alright tonight. Boo, boo. Boo, boo. And I know you getting bored dealing with them. Gotta miss my thuggin', the loving. And I know you'll get bored dealing with them. I know you miss my loving, my thuggin', the loving. She misses my thug loving. Can you believe it? And I know you're getting bored. Who remembers that song? All right, the 30-second path. I tell you what, man. That Starbucks is hands down the best coffee. My gnosis. Peace and greetings. Peace, peace, man. We done crossed the plank distance. We in this thing. Al Dickey. Peace, man. Peace. See? Now we in here, man. We got the full cast and crew. I didn't see Sunshine Chick though. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, welcome. TV Cribs up next. And I know you're getting bored. Bobby, right, right. Classics, man. Classics. All right, here we go. Here we go. The 30-second path. We all know about this one, huh? Or at least we've heard the tales. Malkuth to Yesod. You know what? I should have had my tarot cards ready. Same me. Forgive me, Lord. I love Steve Harvey and nephew told me I do. So when we talk about that 30-second path, just in case you have no idea what the hell's going on, this is the world card. You've seen it before. Take a good look at it, right? You got this figure dancing and twirling, holding this baton with a flame on both ends. Notice the wreath, or excuse me, the cloth covering the genitals. There's a mystery with that, but it's not in this book. You've got this wreath that's surrounding them, this oval shape. We know that oval shapes are typically going to represent a vagina, which typically represents a gateway to another world, the yoni, that monkey. And the top and bottom corners, left and right, you've got the four elements represented by our favorite archangels, Raphael, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel. Also, the four elements, earth, fire, water, air. All right, so that's all the symbols here on this card. Got it locked in? Great. So the key is the Tau or cross. The spiritual significance is Saturn. So remember, what was said in the previous chapter? Each of these paths are going to be represented by an astrological symbol. So that may be a planet or an element or a zodiac sign. In this case, the 32nd path is symbolized by Saturn, right? The tarot card is the universe. The Hebrew letter is Tau. Zero says the genitals being covered is because represent an androgynous state. Absolutely. But that's a secret. Don't tell anybody. We may get canceled. About to light a pomegranate incense to set this off. Rosa Flame. I didn't even know they made pomegranate incense. I can't even imagine what that would smell like. John Tree. Peace, peace. Good to see you. Okay, so the theory. Great one of the night of time, the universe. The colors are indigo, black, blue, black, red, blue. The text, the 30-second path, is the administrative intelligence. It is so called because it directs and associates the motions of the seven planets, directing all of them in their proper courses. Minosa said the moon's sitting on BBL tonight too. I told y'all, man, this is the wild whole moon. I'm not making that up. That word ain't even part of my vocabulary, so you know it's real. You'll see what I'm talking about. So look at this now. The Yetziratic text says the 32nd path is the administrative intelligence, and it is so called because it directs and associates the motions of the seven planets, directing all of them in their proper courses. Now, remember from the previous discourse of the chapter, we talked about how we're not talking about the seven rocks in the sky or the whatever planetary bodies. We're talking about specific slices of energy, specific slices of cosmic influence that we have given correspondence with the planetary names. So all of those cosmic forces, as they filter down and affect the physical plane, they must come through the 30-second path. So that's going to show you how important the 30-second path is. It is the administrative intelligence. It administers those different energies in the different states. And notice how it comes through the moon. And we were just talking about the moon and how it opens and closes, opens and closes. What's the body correspondence when it comes to Yesod and Malkuth? Interesting metaphors, man. Let's begin. One, and I like how it's numbered like the mystical Qabala. This path joins Malkuth, the physical world, and Yesod, the universal, unconscious, and etheric web which forms the foundation of physical existence. It is therefore a path of introversion from the sensory consciousness to the consciousness of the deeps of the inner world. When one treads it, one is boring down into the unconscious mind, and many and strange are the things that one may meet there. It is like the hole in the earth into which Alice fell, leading to her strange adventures in Wonderland. It is also, on a mythological level, the way down to the underworld, trod by Oedipus at Colonus, Orpheus in search of the Eurydice, and many others. But primarily, it is Persephone's descent into the world of Pluto, the king of the underworld. Alice, indeed, might be said to be a modern version of Persephone, for Carol was a writer who wrote of the deeps of the unconscious mind. 3. The path is also the way of psychoanalysis and shows the difference between the Freudian and Jungian techniques. For when the unconscious images of Yesod are met with the Freudian tries to analyze them with reference to life history and Malkuth, daily living, but the Jungian process follows the images through until they become symbols of transformation, leading to the psychic harmony of Tifereth. So let's look at that real quick. So we're talking about this trip to the underworld, and we know plenty of stories show us the trip of to the underworld. Hell, even the Matrix is a trip to the underworld and back, isn't it? Neo has to go into the underworld. He crossed that 30-second path. We know the iconic scene where Morpheus is sitting in the chair and offers him the two pills. Then the mirror covers himself up. I always love that part and the scream that he does. Then he wakes up in the underworld and he has to be, rescued. There's plenty of stories that talk about going into the underworld, the 30-second path. Any story that's taking you from regular reality to the underworld, you're seeing that 30-second path transition. Can anybody think of any other examples in pop culture? Anybody who's talking this shit, that shit, Chris Kirkpatrick? Okay, Zero says Alice in Wonderland. Absolutely. Oh, wow. And you just mentioned Persephone, too. So, yeah, that would be the perfect incense, Rose of Flame. Tapped in. Alora says, side note, Saturn is transiting Aries. The moon is in Scorpio. Double Mars influence happening from masculine and feminine aspects. Interesting. Saturn transiting Aries, I definitely feel that for sure. Definitely feel that for sure. Okay, Don traces Beetlejuice. Yes, yes. Straight Panther says Stranger Things. I believe so. I haven't seen a single episode to this day. Minosa says The Wizard of Oz. Don Tree says The Shining, Doctor Sleep, Dark Souls video games. Okay, so look, this is what I'm pointing out. You have seen the 30-second path in representation. You've seen it. So like take all these examples and put together some of the commonalities of being a regular person and then taking that trip to the underworld. Alice in Wonderland, The Matrix, Stranger Things, Beetlejuice, Wizard of Oz, The Shining, Doctor Sleep. I haven't seen those yet. The Lego Movie, says Donnell Beatty. Peace, peace. So yeah, what we're dealing with there is the transition across the 30-second path. We also call that the hero's journey. Those of us who write and or do presentations online, my noses. We also know of that as the stranger, as the hero's journey, which is the only story told, by the way. So what did he say here? The path is also the way of psychoanalysis and shows the difference between the Freudian and the Jungian techniques. For when the unconscious images of Yesod are met with, the Freudian tries to analyze them with reference to life history and Malkuth, daily living. So the Freudian technique tries to analyze dreams and the unconscious images and compare them to everyday life. That's what we're used to doing, right? That's the typical way. But the Jungian process, Carl Jung, follows the images through until they become symbols of transformation, leading to the psychic harmony of Tifereth. So what's the difference? The Freudian process of analyzing your dream symbols and trying to define them based on your daily life, that's really a process that's coming down that path, locking into Malkuth. But following the symbols up to their essence, that's going up towards Tifereth. So the difference here in practice is, let's say you have a dream about snakes and a car accident and a Taylor Swift concert. You could look at those symbols and say, oh, well, that must mean that I need to go listen to Taylor Swift and I need to stay away from my friend who has a pet snake, right? You're going to try to define your dream based on what's happening in your everyday life. That's coming from Yesod down to Malkuth. You understand? Going from Malkuth up to Yesod would be, what does Taylor Swift energetically represent to me? Like when I hear her name, when I see her, when I listen to her music, what type of energy does that invoke in me? When I think about the symbol of a snake, how does that make me feel immediately? What is the knee-jerk reaction? What kind of stories do I have? What does the energy represent? What does the car accident energy represent? Right? So that would be the Jungian aspect, trying to go up to the source, following it through. Do you see the difference between those two things? Do you understand the difference between those two things? One is saying, oh, well, I had a dream about Taylor Swift, so that means I need to go listen to Taylor Swift music. That's coming down. You're taking the spirit and you're making it tangible. When you say, how does this music make me feel? What does it represent to me symbolically? What is the energy that I gather from her music, from her image? That's going up the tree. Two different ways to look at life. Because when you pull it down like that, you limit it. You make it finite. But when you go up, now you're working abstractly with the subconscious mind. In other words, the Jungian technique is or should be a pressing onto the 25th path. That's from Yesod to Tifereth. After the way in, the 32nd path, Malkuth Yesod, has been trodden. 4. The importance of Persephone is that she was the daughter of the Earth Mother, Demeter, and the whole of this path is intimately connected with Earth through the Sephirah Malkuth. It is also linked to Yesod, which means the foundation not only of physical existence, but of the whole of the higher worlds whose emanations are reflected in Yesod. Yesod is the moon Sephirah, reflective, magnetic, of hidden power. It is the In the earliest known version of the myth, the Homeric hymn to Demeter, the nearest witness to the rape, apart from the sun who sees all, was Hecate, who, seated in her cave, heard the cries of the virgin victim. Hecate is, of course, a goddess of the moon. 6. There is therefore a strong connection between this myth and the 32nd path. And it is significant that this myth was the foundation of the teaching of the famous Eleusinian mysteries. For as this path is the way to the inner life, it is also the path of initiation. 7. This does not mean that psychoanalysis or the study of Alice in Wonderland are equivalents of initiation, but they have their parallels. For a path has many different levels, and each path has to be gone over many, many times before its full significance is gained. You heard? Many, many times before its significance is gained. It's just like anything else. Just like anything else. Like the Sephirah, each, in the end, has to be fully understood and experienced. That's the key to this whole Qabala stuff. It's not just about knowing the names and the colors and the correspondences. That's a wonderful start, and please do it. But understand that after you learn the names and the correspondences, you have to experience the energy so you can become intimate with that energy, so you can know that energy, so you can know that energy. If any life situation happens at any time, when you're truly a practitioner of this Kabbalistic art, you'll know what energies are at play in every situation. I'm not talking about projecting, oh, well, this person has a demonic spirit. Ugh, so obnoxious when people say that. Just say that you're scared and shut up. You'll be able to be intimately aware of the energies present in every situation. It has nothing to do with whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not. You're able to tell. So, really, what we're saying is these 32 paths represent 32 slices of energy that we deal with on a daily basis. It is truly the periodic table for consciousness. That's why I chose that symbol in a previous video. These 32 paths represent 32 slices of energy, of cosmic energy that reality is composed of. There she is. We're just talking about you, sunshine chick. Always great to see you. Peace, peace. So these 32 slices of energy, what happens is when you learn about these paths and then you walk with these paths and experience them, you say, oh, so that's what Gibarah is all about. Oh, that's what the 32nd path is all about. When you experience it in life, now you can say, okay, I'm in a 32nd path experience right now. I'm walking the 32nd path. So you know how to move accordingly. So you know how to move accordingly. Al Dickey says, so rushing, trying to get all this in a year is not happening. Well, there's levels to it, right? You can rush in a year and memorize the titles and the correspondences, which I would say would be amazingly beneficial. Absolutely. You can do that. But as far as the experience is concerned, the tree kind of grows through you. Because remember, it's not just our physical body and our psyche we're dealing with. There's this whole individuality, this soul, this timeless aspect that is really operating things behind the scenes. Our lives are kind of paced and led by the soul. And we can get into free will and all that stuff, or the illusion of free will, but everything that we do is perfect, especially when you're doing it consciously with intention. How can you rush if you don't know where you're going? Hey, man, Russian is a state of mind and a nationality. Impossible Offer says, rush if you want. You still gonna get that work. Amen. Don't run. Let's continue. Yeah, there we go. For a path has many different levels, and each path has to be gone over many, many times before its full significance is gained. Like the Sephirah, each, in the end, has to be fully understood and experienced. And understanding is not a substitute for experience, nor is experience a substitute for understanding. So honestly, I'm not concerned with, oh, I got to walk this path and I'm going to do this path next week and I'm going to do this path that week. It doesn't really work that way. Um, the best thing to do is learn about the correspondences, learn the representations, learn the symbols, so that when it happens, you can recognize it. That's what people kind of get confused. It's not like, oh, I'm going to walk the 25th path this weekend. Like, you can do a meditation on it for sure, but what the real work is being able to be aware of when it's happening. Because, like I said, these are the 32 slices of cosmic force that is always present. We're all on one of these paths right now. But the thing is, we don't know which one because we're not familiar with the energies. We're not intimate with the energies. Now, doing a meditation on the path, on the symbols, I should say, doing a path working on the symbols, that's what helps you get acquainted with the energy so that when it reveals itself in your life, you can acknowledge it when it happens. 30-second path done in a weekend is crazy work. Hey, man, the way these people tell it, yeah, man, going to be doing 30-second path this weekend and 25th path the following weekend, and we're just going to pace it out like that. Try it if you want to. Hey, at least you're trying, right? We'll give them that. At least they're trying. Omnia Arlandria, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Dawntree says, creating a map of references. Yes, a library of correspondences. That's what I say. There are no mistakes and errors in truth. And that's another thing. Once you become familiar with these energies that are present, these cosmic forces that influence our daily lives, you'll start to see that there are no enemies, that the world is perfect. It literally is perfect. There is no spoon. 8. The aim of evolution is that each spirit shall experience and understand the implications of manifest existence. That's the aim of evolution, that each spirit shall experience and understand the implications of manifest existence. A knowledge of the Qabbalah is not essential for this, but the Qabbalah is a great aid in that it is a ground plan of all existence, and so can be used as a tool in the gaining of experience and understanding. Thus is it said that treading the paths of the tree enables an initiate to undertake the work of many average lives in the course of one. That's one benefit of being an occultist or practicing occultist. In the Kabbalistic tarot, he says a very similar thing in the beginning. Basically, what you're doing is you're burning extra karma. You're accelerating your evolution by working with the Qabbalah. You're accelerating your evolution by working with the Qabbalah. Because if every average ordinary person is just going through the motions and these cosmic forces are playing upon their lives, as they do with all of us, they're not really making any progress up or down. They're kind of just processing. But for someone to become aware of the cosmic forces that surround them and start to learn how to manipulate them, to learn how to recognize them and tamper with them and play with them, you're literally evolving yourself in one lifetime. That's what we're doing with this here. It's not about looking spooky. It's not about belonging to a club. We're talking about evolution here. And yes, it works. You don't need an example. You can just practice this stuff for yourself and see that this works. So, look, the aim of evolution, I'm going to read it again. The aim of evolution is that each spirit shall experience and understand the implications of manifest existence. A knowledge of the Kabbalah is not essential for this, but the Kabbalah is a great aid in that it is a ground plan of all existence and so can be used as a tool in the gaining of experience and understanding. Thus is it said that treading the paths of the tree enables an initiate to undertake the work of many average lives in the course of one. And this speeding up process is by no means an evasion or easy way out. One can climb the mountain by the slow, broad, easier way, or take the very difficult, shorter, but precipitous ascent. What is gained in time is paid for with greater danger and greater effort, and all reach the summit in the end. All reach the summit in the end. Zero says, when we learn mystical Kabbalah with you, Trav, I realize every lecture I experience situations in daily life corresponding with the Sephiroth we learn about. I mean, yes, that's amazing, right? Because that's how it's supposed to be. Like when you become aware of the subtle energies, now you can't help but see it. It's like somebody, it's like, your aunt buys a new car and all of a sudden you're seeing it everywhere on the highway because you became aware of it. That's how it is with learning this stuff. We learn about the energy, we become aware of it, now we recognize it. And it goes from being understanding to experience. Beautiful stuff. I love it. I absolutely love it. Serious Suit Triple Eight. Peace and greetings, my friend. Peace, peace. Glad we back. Me too, man. Me too. Good stuff. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says the world is perfect and waiting for your complete peace. To the all. No use in being mad at the system when you're the missing piece to that system cure. Most of the time, we're the one we waiting on. All of the time, my friend. Remember what I said about worship, right? When we have this built-in desire to worship, and it has everything to do with us not receiving the nourishment as an infant from that feeling safe and having our protectors and the authority basically taking care of everything for us. When we don't have that fulfilled, we seek it in other people, celebrities, lovers, people on YouTube. We search the Pope, the pastor, the president, right? Because they reflect certain qualities that we wish that we had ourselves. So we seek that healing on the outside. Don't get mad at these people caught up in whatever cult of choice they're caught up in. All these people are caught up in different cults. But understand they're doing that because that's what nourishes them. That's what helps them feel whole and complete. So all the yeah. That political warfare is so corny to me, man. It's just so corny because, like, uh, can't y'all see? This is all projection of insecurity wrapped up around. Anyways, not even gonna get into it. We already won. We already won. Thank you, Trav. This helps me to understand a lot. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. I love this stuff. Stuff Dog says when we learn this stuff, it's like we acquire a new heads up display with new features to evaluate the experience and put it in proper place. Absolutely, right? The upgrade. What is she saying, taught with Shooty? The evolution is not going to be a physical evolution. Physical human beings are done evolving. This is going to be this is going to be an evolution of our awareness, an evolution of consciousness. This is going to be an internal evolution. So yeah, we're all still going to look like this. The human being is perfected. It's the awareness of consciousness that has to evolve. Cosmic Puzzle Piece said, this is a high level chat. Gems everywhere. Thanks, LVX777. Thank you. Thank all of you for being here. I greatly appreciate your time and your presence. For sure. You all make this so much better. I'm happy to do this, right? I'm seriously happy. You know that. I've been doing this for years, and I'm going to keep doing it for years. So thank you for being here. You specifically, who can hear my voice. Thank you for being here. So, also, go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't already. Hit that like button. It's easy. Right there, right above the chat. But no, seriously, thank you all. On a Saturday night at that, right? Y'all could be doing anything else. Anything else. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, now, see, I can't see the like count, but make sure you hit that button. Let's keep going. And listen, I keep saying that thing about the worship, right? Pay attention the next time you slip into the trance of worshiping someone or something. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying be aware of when you do it, right? So you may not worship a person. You may worship an experience, right? You may worship an experience. You know what I'm talking about. The next time you slip into that trance of worship, just pay attention to it. Just be aware of what's happening in your thought process and your body. Just like really be there, be present during that worship. Like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's healthy to worship something. I would say it's a bad thing to not worship something. But the key is once you've once you've learned how to be aware during the worship, because usually we trance out. When we go into this hero worship or whatever, we trance out. We're not aware. We're on autopilot. Learn to become aware in it so that you can understand what's happening with you during the experience and you can also enjoy it, but learn how to redirect it towards something more useful and appropriate, right? What if you could what if you could worship your own soul? Like what if you could actually worship your own soul? How do you think that would change things? How do you think that would evolve or benefit you? Because projecting your worship towards another person, what you're actually doing is you're worshiping the energy that they symbolize to you. So if you worship like a musician or an actor or I don't know, philosopher or a politician or any person, of course it's not actually the person, right? Because you don't know them. But what you do know is what they represent to you. They represent a force, a cosmic force, an energy, right? If you're somebody who worships Donald Trump, what cosmic force does he represent to you? That's what you're actually worshiping. And what if you could take the person out of the way and just get straight to the force? You might worship titties. What does that represent to you? What cosmic force is that channeling into your life, right? The next time you go into this trance, you might worship the Pope. Maybe you cried your eyes out when you saw the new Pope being elected, right? Whatever it is, analyze that energy. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All right, let's get back to it now. Because guess what? You got to cross the 30-second path when you go into that trance of worship, don't you? And I must reiterate, it is not bad. It is not a bad thing. In fact, that is the key to tantric practice, tantric sex, tantric practice. Learning how to manage that state of worship and being aware and conscious during that state. Because you know that it's not that you're worshiping your partner during the tantric practice. Your partner symbolizes Shiva or Shakti. Isn't that right? But most people can't do it because they get caught up in the content and don't realize the context. We are all channels of energy to each other. I represent something to you. When you come to my channel and you listen to my stuff, you're channeling a certain cosmic force through me. Hell, I might not even be aware of what it is. Now, I try to refine and fine tune a specific type of energy that I'm sending you, but you're the one that controls the context. You pull whatever you want from anywhere. You catch what I'm saying? Straight Panther says, I just wish I felt better. Sending love and positivity to you, my friend. Love and positivity. Your direction. And I encourage everyone else to do the same. Be aware of the worship trance. Because guess what? Worship is actually channeling energy. All right, back to it. Back to it. Back to it. Okay. 9. Precise details of the Eleusinian mysteries have never been divulged, for the practical methods of all mysteries of initiation are secret. However, the aim of all initiation can be summed up in one word: regeneration. Regeneration is the bringing to birth of new life, and so the initiate is often referred to as the twice born, as opposed to the non initiate once born. That sounds familiar, don't it? Born again, born again. Luxury Newman says you're not worshiping for the entities, you're worshiping for you. Exactly, right? One thing I learned from working with these spirits, one of the things they taught me at the very end before I came to my elemental realization, they taught me that worship of deities, it doesn't please us. It's not for us. We don't look down and say, oh, look at how good he's worshiping me. Let me go bless him. No, it don't work like that. When you're worshiping a deity, what you're doing is you're changing your state to such that it resonates with the energy you're trying to invoke. So providing worship to whatever entity. It's not sending lip service and flattery to some invisible creature. No, what you're actually doing is you're attuning yourself to a certain vibration so you can work with that spirit. And then I learned that all spirits are elemental forces, and that the only real spirit is your spirit. Everything else is an echo, an imperfect inner fractalization. Largely Newman says, just like you mourn for yourself and not for the deceased. That's true, right? Oh, I wish they were still here. You don't wish they were still here so they can still be alive and healthy. You wish they were still here because the symbol that they represented to you, the archetype that they represented to you, is now gone, and you have a void that needs to be filled. All right, let's get back to it now. Woo! Ric Flair. So, born again, right? Second born again. The process of the second birth are summed up. Let's go back a little bit. Regeneration is the bringing to birth of new life, and so the initiate is often referred to as the twice born. Damn, so Hermes was the thrice born. Hermes Trismegistus? This rebirth is the contacting of the personality consciously to the individuality and ultimately to the spirit. So that makes sense when they say you accept Christ and you're born again. Really, they're not. But theoretically, if a Christian were to be born again, then that would mean that they have come into a realization of their soul, a realization of their individuality. But we know that didn't happen. It's just lip service. I'm a born again Christian. Right, right. And I am a Pokemon. Let me stop. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Mm, 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 mm. This rebirth is the contacting of the personality consciously to the individuality and ultimately to the spirit. The initiate, who has the powers of the spirit manifesting consciously, is known as the thrice born. But this process refers more to the higher levels of the tree of life beyond Tifereth, for that is where the link in consciousness is made. Though, of course, the results must be demonstrated in Earth. That's what I'm working on right now, my thrice born. Hence all my work with Doth lately. But, like he said right here, all that's well and good. We can all aspire to be great. But of course, the results must be demonstrated in Earth. Laya, 369. I don't see you in the chat, but I thank you and I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good evening. The process, the processes of the second birth are summed up in the upward line of the 32nd and 25th paths from Malkuth to Tifereth. Their main colors being the blues of aspiration. The first birth is, of course, physical birth, and could be represented by the downward journey of these paths, daily life being the nadir of these two journeys in Malkuth. Hmm. So your first birth, of course, is into this physical body. Your second birth is realizing your soul, and your third birth is realizing the spirit, the eternal aspect, right? That which is even higher than the soul. Hmm. Most people don't think about their thoughts, let alone realizing the soul, let alone realizing the spirit. So it's levels to it, right? And this is what pathworking helps you to do. It gives you a framework that you can use to climb upward. Know thyself, right? Know thyself. 11. The process of initiation can be taught under the guise of various symbol systems and the symbolism of the Eleusinian mysteries. He keeps referring to the Eleusinian mysteries. Maybe that's something worth checking out. I don't know. The process of initiation can be taught under the guise of various symbol systems, and the symbolism of the Eleusinian mysteries was that of the growth of wheat. Wheat, together with the honeybee and asbestos, are things said to have been brought to Earth from Venus. Asbestos, that's random. From Venus, we've been brought wheat, honey, and asbestos. Brought to Earth from Venus by the great Melchizedek, and the mysteries of its symbolism are profound. The symbol of wheat applies to the 32nd path, as the other two symbols apply to the other two paths leading from Malkuth. The honeybee applies to the 29th path to Netzach, going up to the right, and asbestos to the 31st path to Hod, going up to the left. Each symbolizes a way, but all in the end resolve into synthesis. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. Aw. 12. The wheat grows and is then cut down. The wheat grows and is then cut down. The sacrifice. The sacrifice, in more modern terms, of John Barleycorn, or even Christ. Again, part of the grain that is not made into food for man is sacrificed by burying it in the earth, but it springs up again in the spring, each grain producing yet more grains. It is cut down again, and the cycle repeats itself with the solar year. This process figures in dramatic form in many earth fertility rites of early and primitive man, but it holds teaching within it of much more than the surface appearances of sympathetic magic. And the cycle of nature, death leads to birth and birth to death. And in accordance with the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, the same process occurs in the psyche of man. 13. To demonstrate this fact and the methodology of the Qabbalah, it may help us to examine the myth in some detail. The more apparent meaning of the symbolism is that Demeter represents the earth as Earth Mother, and Persephone, the corn, planted, remaining under the earth, apparently dead, until it springs up anew, and Demeter rejoices, covering the earth with growth. 14. There are aspects of the myth, however, which are not so easily accounted for by reference only to the processes of vegetable life. 15. Persephone was carried off by Pluto when she was gathering flowers in a water meadow near the cave of Hecate. There is much Yesodic symbolism in this picture, and this is to be expected, for the underworld lies in the subconscious, and the 32nd path leads to Yesod. 16. Yesod is the Sephirah whose mundane chakra is the moon. That is to say, the moon is the heavenly body which most nearly symbolizes the powers of the Sephirah. The moon goddess Hecate, sitting in her cave nearby as an evocative symbol of the elements of the unconscious lying in wait. Also, in some accounts, the companions of Persephone were Artemis and Aphrodite. Artemis is again a moon goddess, while Aphrodite, though associated with Venus rather than the moon, is strongly connected with water, being born of the sea foam. There is, of course, an intimate connection between the moon and water, and water plays a prominent part in this myth. For in a probably purer version of it, Persephone's companions in the lush, damp water meadow were the daughters of Oceanus. By the way, Oceanus is a Titan. Oceanus was a very ancient Greek deity. He was a river who girdled the universe and gave birth not only to the Oceanids, but to all rivers and all stars, with the exception of those of the Great Bear. Here we are lifted into the supernal regions, the great starry river of the Milky Way, the waters of cosmic space, the great sea, Mara, of Bina, and so on. Oceanus is a cosmic symbol. The strange lands about his outer shores can, on a lower level, be interpreted as the strange worlds of the subconscious, but they refer ultimately to the outer verges of the ring past knot of the universe and the subconsciousness of the logos. Look at how Oceanus, a titan, which means that he existed before the gods, right? He was one of the titans, and his role was as the ocean, the river that surrounded the earth, and all water came from Oceanus. Oceanus represents the edge of existence, the furthest out you can go. And gosh, I need to check. I need to check my Chat GPT for what the term was. But my gnosis, if you're still here, you talked about the Planck distance, which was the smallest observable distance before the laws of physics fell apart. Well, I was thinking if there is a limit when you zoom in, I wonder if there's a limit when you zoom out. And there actually is. There's a limit at the edge of the observable universe where energy is expanding way too fast and will never catch up with it. It creates somewhat of a barrier. Well, anyways, that barrier is what we would have said Oceanus represented in the past. And even to this day, right? Because that limit still exists. And that would equate to the ring past knot. That's why I brought up the fact that he was a Titan, because the ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring past knot, this is happening before the tree is even a thing. Before the Kether, before any paths, before any of that. We got the ring cosmos, ring chaos, and ring past knot. Your Rajas, your Tamas, and your Sattva. But this is the limitation and the edge of anything that we can ever know. ', 17. The flowers that Persephone is picking are roses, lilies, crocuses, violets, hyacinths, narcissi. For the most part, sweet smelling flowers reminiscent of the attribution of perfumes to Yesod. The flower she pulls when the underworld opens is a narcissus. And there is a parallel between the mythological origin of this flower, the youth Narcissus who peered in the pool, the magic mirror of Yesod. Ah, you guys know the myth about Narcissus, right? Something about him being so beautiful, and he kept staring into his reflection in the river, and there was like an ocean nymph who fell in love and became obsessed with him and didn't want him to age, so she pulled him into the water and he drowned, and he eternally became a reflection of the pool or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to brush up on it, but you guys know narcissists, right? Which, of course, is where we get the phrase narcissist from. My gnosis says they have reached the limits, which I think says a lot about the era we are in for real. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Right? They found the edge, the above and below, the border of the map, right? Just like, Grand Theft Auto or something. The border of the map. It's pretty incredible. Perhaps they're close to finishing their task. So yeah, the youth of Narcissus who peered in the pool, the magic mirror of Yesod possibly, to gaze at himself, and one of the entrance phrases of the Delphic oracle, know thyself. Stuffed Dog says self-absorption, the ultimate dive into matter. And perhaps this is what happened at Hakma and Bina. This is what I think is a good metaphor for Hakma and Bina. Hakma observed itself and started this infinite reflection of observer and observed, and then it just bounces back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until we get this. This as in the existence that we live. Zero says the Lovecraft entities called the Forbidden Gods are related to. Nothing comes to mind when I think about that. Maybe if I know one of them individually or by different term, that might spark a memory. But I don't know. Not as sharp on my Lovecraft as I used to be. 18. The god of the underworld, Pluto, then seizes her and drags her down to his kingdom in a golden car. The Greek conception of the underworld, a world of shadowy figures, gives a good image of the shadowy world of the etheric place represented by Yesod. However, some hint of the potentialities of death is given in the very name of Pluto, which means riches. I don't know if any of you guys ever watched those documentaries that people give of near death experiences and they went to heaven or went to hell. You know that that's a 30-second path experience, right? And whatever hell or heaven that they're seeing has a lot to do with their frame of what they've built up inside of their psyche. You go where you think you're going to go. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. 19. Meanwhile, Demeter, the mother, sorrows for her daughter and even appeals unsuccessfully to the sun, who has seen all. The sun is a symbol of the individuality. Literally, that's why we call the sun. The sun's name is Soul. That's like the biggest in plain sight thing ever. The sun is a symbol of the individuality, the consciousness of Tifereth, which sees all that occurs to the personality, although it may not have complete or indeed very much control over it. Hmm. Demeter finally sits in sorrow and mourning by the maiden's well under the shadow of an olive tree. Again, there is much symbolism in this image, recalling the Bina symbolism of the Mater Dolorosa, and the olive tree is sacred to Pallas Athene, the goddess of wisdom, a Chokmah figure. Thus, we have a profound illustration of the workings of the feminine side of God. 20. The well by which Demeter sits is a symbol of the 32nd path and the way into the underworld. And here also we have the water symbolism. The divine sorrow under the olive tree calls to mind, too, another vast complex of religious teaching in that Christ's agony in the garden took place on the Mount of Olives. 21. In the underworld, Pluto gives Persephone a pomegranate, of which she eats, a symbol of femininity and fructification. By eating of the pomegranate, or taking the principle of fructification within herself, she binds herself automatically to return to the underworld every year. For only in the descent into the underworld is new life possible. It requires death to gain rebirth. It is interesting that grief is the experience undergone by Demeter at this time, for grief is also a species of death, a process of following, which leads to new life. The pomegranate, a fruit full of seeds, is strongly connected with Yesod. It figured on the tops of the pillars of the Temple of Solomon together with images of the cherubim and other lunar symbolism. There is a link here also, of course, with Artemis, the divine huntress, a moon goddess who protected all pregnant beasts. 22. The symbolism of pregnancy and new life was also carried into the Eleusinian mystery symbolism, in that pregnant sows were sacrificed to Demeter, as well as fragments of decaying pork, which were later dug into the ground. Decaying matter is the basis for new growth. 23. Death and decay are under the presidency of the fourth aspect of God, God the disintegrator. The other aspects being God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. On this 32nd path, the symbolism is very predominantly feminine. The 32nd path is feminine. Thus, the feminine side of God predominates, and instead of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we have Mother, Daughter, and Virgin Wisdom. Sly says, I've had a near death experience. Studying with you has helped me put words to my experience. Wow. I experienced the pure archetypal realm. Man, that sounds intense. That sounds intense. Luxury Newman, I like that. In the same manner that Hawkma observed himself and was therefore split, the sharper the glare into your own eye, the more pieces you will be split into. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And it's almost a paradox because what happens is that, at least in my experience, the more data that you come across, you start to see patterns. So it's almost as if the deeper that you zoom, the wider the pattern field becomes. Think about how complex and how complicated life is today versus how it was 1,000 years ago. We have so much more stuff, yet humanity hasn't really changed. All that changed is the stuff, the clothes that we wear, the words that we speak, but we're still doing all the same things, aren't we? People still having sex and making babies, people still fighting and killing each other, people still eating food and sleeping on soft things. Like, we're all doing the same exact stuff. We just have more stuff to do the stuff with. We ain't changed at all. Let's keep going. 24. In feminine terms, the fourth aspect is best symbolized by the Medusa, who had a wild, cold beauty that no man could bear to look upon without the shield of the divine wisdom of Pallas Athene. Lacking the ability to look calmly and clearly at the beautiful and terrible face, men were turned to stone. That is to say, they fell into the mortal idea of death. 25. As all the gods are aspects of one god, so are all the goddesses aspects of one goddess. How many times have I said that throughout the years, man? How many times have I said that throughout the years? And nothing shows you that better than the Vedic pantheology. But listen to this now. All the gods are aspects of one god. So are all the goddesses aspects of one goddess. Please remember that. I don't care if it's Sekhmet, Isis, Oshun, Hecate, Lilith, Mother Mary, Durga, Saraswati, Lakshmi. You're dealing with the same goddess. different outfit, different social media account. As all the gods are aspects of one god, and so are all the goddesses aspects of one goddess. And the one god and the one goddess are, of course, the two sides of the one god, the androgynous Elohim of Genesis. So look, one god, one goddess, actually, it's one being, right? It's actually one androgynous, right? You seen the picture of Shiva? It's half Shiva, half Shakti. Shiva on one side, Shakti on the other side. That's really what we're getting down to. But the thing is, we have so many filters on our perception, so many filters over consciousness that we have to split and break things down. That's why I drew this diagram. Like, this is really it. This is really it. If we got low vibration over here, high vibration over here, right? It's low, it's slow, but then eventually it speeds up. One vibration, right? It's one movement. It's one. This is existence. One. But because of the filters and our beliefs and how we process reality, we've got to split it into different things. So we say, oh, here's one thing, here's another thing, here's another thing, here's another thing, here's another thing. But in truth, it's all one. And we get mixed up and confused because we believe that one is an individual separate thing from three, individual from five, and we argue, we debate, we fight, we separate things in our head, and we're missing the point. It's not the content, it's the context. The context is it's one continuous vibration, looking at it from different angles, from different frequencies. But when you break it down and split it up, we do that for the purpose of examination and understanding. But you got to remember the truth that there's only one. There is only one. Check, check. So when he talked earlier about manifestation being this imperfect reflection within matter, that's what it is. We are reflected as pieces and parts instead of the whole. It's just like if I try to recreate myself in The Sims, I can make it look kind of like me, but I'm limited to the Sims software. If I wanted to, recreate my house in The Sims, I'm limited to the items that The Sims has, or the mods that I might download. I might tweak the personality and make them act and think and dress the way that I do, but it's going to be limited because The Sims doesn't have the capacity to hold all of me. I won't fit. Likewise, matter cannot hold, Prakriti cannot hold all of Purusha. Only a fragment, only an incomplete translation. But she's doing her best, right? That's just what she is. She is finite, whereas Purusha is infinite. But, and me and my Minosis were talking about this just the other night, right? There's the level of two, but there's also, above that two, the one. My Minosis says, boy, they will argue you up and down on threads about mixing one water goddess with another. Man, oh my God. I'm trying my best to do threads, man. I'm trying my best. But I see the stuff that these people post. It makes me cringe and I leave. I'm gonna try to stick with it though. They be saying some dumbass shit, man. If a so-called spiritual person tells you da 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 da, they actually a spiritual vampire and they trying to suck your energy dry, girl. You need to stay away. The fuck you talking about? Where do you even get that from? Did you just make that up because somebody pissed you off one day? And now you want to demonize everybody because you hurt? I don't know, man. It's sheesh, boy. I might be able to deal with threads as long as I don't read other so-called spiritual people's threads. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. And them type of posts be trending. They be viral too. People be lining up the comments. Amen, girl. Yeah, you right about that. I see one YouTube video. They was talking about Baphomet. That's demonic. They demonic spirits. They monitoring spirits. What type of sage do I need to burn to protect myself from a monitoring spirit? That's demonic. Ugh. Talking about threads that came across yours today got me through the day. All right, all right. That encourages me to post some more. I like it. It's a different type of expression from what I'm used to. I never really got into Twitter. Never. I'm not on the phone like that to be posting 1,000 times a day. Signs you might be watched by a monitoring spirit. They love it. They love the drama. Anyways, enough of that. Enough of that. Let me get back to this. Them folks will find a boogeyman. You hear me? They will find a boogeyman, even if they got to pull one out of thin air. They will find a damn boogeyman. All right, man. Let's get back to it. For real, for real. So we're talking about Medusa. We're talking about all gods and all goddesses are one god and one goddesses. But guess what? The god and the goddess are actually one being, the androgynous Elohim of Genesis, right? And it only makes sense. In the fragments of a rite of Isis given in Dion Fortune's novels, The Sea Priestess and Moon Magic, Aquarian Press, London, the all inclusiveness of the feminine side of the deity is given as follows: I am she who ere the earth was formed, was Rhea, Bina, Ge. I am that soundless, boundless, bitter sea, out of whose deeps life wells eternally. Astarte, Aphrodite, Ashtoreth, giver of life and bringer in of death. Hera in heaven, on earth Persephone, Diana of the ways and Hecate. All these am I, and they are seen in me. Is that where Whitney Houston got that song from? I'm every woman, it's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, do it naturally. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, okay. And the same source also gives a version of the entrance to the 32nd path. Sink down, sink deeper and more deep into eternal and primordial sleep. Sink down, be still, forget, and draw apart into the inner earth's most secret heart. Drink of the waters of Persephone, the secret well beside the sacred tree. Who drinks the waters of that hidden well shall see the things thereof he dare not tell, shall tread the shadowy path that leads to me, Diana of the ways and Hecate, Selene of the moon, Persephone. Interesting. You know what? You absolutely right, Stuff Dog. Just like people need to worship, they also need something to fear. You're right, you're right. We need a pope and we need a devil. Hence why Kanye dropped his new song. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. I don't know if I can say the next part of the verse because I uploaded that video to my YouTube, and YouTube took that shit down within minutes, boy. They not playing about that track. I uploaded it on a different account, and they took that thing down in it was private. I just uploaded it so I could listen to it. They snatched that thing off, boy. Talk about a villain. I'm the villain. Who knows what I'm talking about? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. I see it. I see what's happening with it, and I love it. I love it. That's the hottest shit I done heard and seen in a while. That's some shit you can truly say nobody can do except for him. Anyways, let's continue. If somebody gets offended. I'm every woman. It's all in me. Anything you want to be, do it naturally. Aaron Sutherland says if you can check out Archetypes of the Zodiac by Kathleen Bird. Balance Touch says Aset and Nephthys is the same being, like Haru and Anubis is the same person, a son of Asar, Osiris. Absolutely. Same cosmic energy. Same cosmic energy. Just like the diagram I showed, it's a different slice of that cosmic energy. All right, back to it. 27. In the novels of Dion Fortune, this teaching is given on its more surface levels of sexual polarity. At the time these novels were written, Dion Fortune was concerned with bringing a more open and reverent attitude towards sex, as opposed to the cloistered and sanctimonious attitudes left over from the 19th century. The Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, applies here as everywhere, though. And what is written about sexual polarity in these books applies also to the polarity between higher and lower aspects of the psyche, and between God and man, which latter includes goddess and woman, though English grammar obscures the fact. Mm, mm, interesting. So, sex, right? Think about that. You and the type of person you're sexually attracted to, take that same metaphor between God and you, or goddess and you. Like I said, go into that state of worship whenever you get there next time, and really just observe yourself, analyze yourself, see what's going on when you're in that state of worship. What kind of beliefs are running through your mind? What kind of thoughts are running through your mind? When you're consumed, right? When you're inflamed, as Crowley said, when you enter that strong trance of worship, what's happening on the inside? And consider, right? Consider sexual polarity in these books applies to the polarity between higher and lower aspects of the psyche and between God and man. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. And of course, that last part, the aspects of God and man, which latter includes goddess and woman, though English grammar obscures the fact. In a large part, our English language has become an extreme veil over spirituality, because there's simply words that we don't even have There's energies and forces that we don't have words for. Think about love. Every other language, damn near, has a word for the different types of love. I was reading about in how Spanish, they have different words for the love between, you know, uh, friends, and then love between a lover. And then, of course, we know in Latin and Greek, there's dozens of words for love, types of love. Okay, so 28. However, while spiritual factors do operate behind the functions of the lower worlds, they should not cause the latter in themselves to be neglected as improper or beneath consideration. So, yeah, look, we're spiritual and we understand the forces of the cosmos, but the stuff that happens down here in everyday life is still divine, it's still holy, right? This human existence. The fact that there are patterns locked into place is divine. Like, take a minute to just understand you have a surefire way to get to be fed, basically. If you want something to eat, you know where to get it from. You don't have to go out and hunt deers and pigs and roast them over a campfire that you have to build yourself. No, you can go pick up something from the grocery store. Hell, you can DoorDash. Someone will bring it to you now. You press a button on your phone, walk outside and grab a fully cooked meal, right? Look at how things are set up in society today. It's brilliant. It's beautiful. It's awesome when you think about it. Everything has been done to the point that there are systems in place that makes this like a well-oiled machine, right? That's divine. You're looking at how the impact of consciousness on matter. Yeah, it's got some flaws here and there. Yeah, AI is great, but people complain because ChatGPT drinks a lot of water or something, right? People complain about this, that, and the third, but that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off. So look, however, while spiritual factors do operate behind the functions of the lower worlds, they should not cause the latter in themselves, the lower worlds, to be neglected as improper or beneath consideration. It is the etheric polarity of sex, the etheric polarity of sex, which has the directest relevance to the 30-second path. And while a knowledge of the spiritual factors is necessary for an understanding of a path, this is no substitute for experience. What are you telling me, Gareth Knight? What you trying to tell me, Gareth Knight? The etheric polarity of sex, which has the direct relevance to the 30-second path. And while a knowledge of the spiritual factors is necessary for an understanding of a path, this is no substitute for experience, which, when on the lower levels of the tree, must and should be of earthy. 29. But the sensory world applies in the main to Malkuth, and the 30-second path is an inner way, although still very much connected with Earth. On a personal level, Demeter is a part of the self, as is Persephone, and indeed all the gods. Categorizing crudely, one could say that in the myth, the sun was the individuality looking down upon all that happens as a portion of the personality. Persephone is drawn into the unconscious depths to be apparently destroyed to the grief of the rest of the personality, Demeter, only to reemerge later like the spring corn, bearing life even more abundantly In Christian terms, the myth is expressed in terms of the agony, trial, crucifixion, and descent into hell, followed by the resurrection and ascension. 30. The teaching is basic to eternal principles, and so appears again and again in different guises, in accordance with the imaginative needs of the times and the nations. It is a process of withdrawal and return, and is dealt with at some length in P.W. Martin's Experiment in Depth, Routledge and Keegan Paul, London, which outlines a method of following the process with reference to the Jungian psychology, the poetry of T.S. Eliot, and the historical work of A.J. Toynbee. Toynbee's thesis is that at a time of crisis in any civilization, certain individuals turn from the outer world to the inner life of the psyche, and discovering there a new way of life, return to the outer world to form a creative minority which acts as a leaven for the renewal of that civilization. Now, didn't I just mention the new humans, the new people that are already incarnating now, and how the current world is breaking down so that it can be rebuilt for the new humans? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Oh, I want to be in that number when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints, oh, when the saints, oh, when the saints go marching in. How I alchemy gold, peace and greetings to you, lovely lady. Good to see you. When the saints go marching in. What? Come on. I like that last part. Let me read it again. Toynbee's thesis is that at a time of crisis in any civilization, certain individuals turn from the outer world to the inner life of the psyche, and discovering there a new way of life, return to the outer world to form a creative minority, which acts as a leaven for the renewal of that civilization. Who's in that creative minority? Are you a part of that creative minority? Or are you just a monitoring spirit? Are you on my page as a monitoring spirit? They're demonic over there on Travis Magis's YouTube. They're singing that new Kanye song. How many monitoring spirits we got in the chat? How many monitoring spirits we got in the chat? You know what? That's all right. I got something for y'all. I'm exposed, y'all. I got something for y'all. You ready? I got something for y'all, monitoring spirits. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got something for y'all. Yeah. You smell that incense? That's for the monitoring spirits. Get off my page. Get the fuck off my page. That's all it takes, huh? You be so scared of boogeyman and spooky invisible watchers, and all it takes is burning a piece of grass to chase them away. I gotta love it, man. Magic is so powerful. So powerful. Now that all the monitoring spirits have left, let's get back to the study. I sent them packing, boy. I sent them monitoring spirits packing. After this, I'm getting on threads and I'm gonna let them know. Uh-oh, he back with a new name. Back with a new name. Welcome, welcome. The artist currently known as Balanced Touch. Peace, my bro. Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's keep going, man. Can you believe we're only on page 9? But I'm going at a steady pace, you know what I'm saying? I decided to try my best to not yap too much. And still, we only on page 9. All right, where we at? Now that the monitoring spirits have been run out, I done right foot creeped them with that sage. Right foot creeped them, walking with the heater. I done right foot creeped them with that sage. Looking down, stay low, make sure they don't see. Catching bad, walk down, walking with the heater. The devil under your feet. Love it. All right. So, 31. The process is also summarized in a portion of the rite of Isis. In death, men go to her, Persephone, across the shadowy river, for she is the keeper of their souls until the dawn. But there is also a death in life, and this likewise leadeth on to rebirth. Why fear ye the dark queen, O men? She is the renewer. From sleep we arise refreshed. From death we arise reborn. By the embraces of Persephone are men made powerful. By the embraces of Persephone are men made powerful. You got to die. You got to die before you die. Dang. You got to die before you die. Can you imagine, man? Look at how good you feel after a good, decent rest. You know, you've been working extra hard, you're exhausted, you've been up for a long time, you did everything, you completed everything, and now you get to rightfully lay down and rest, right? Imagine that rest, no alarm clock, you got the next 3 days off. That's some of the best sleep you'll ever get, right? And then you rise up refreshed, renewed, full of energy, ready to do anything. Just imagine how refreshing it is after death, man. After actual death. You ain't got to pay bills no more. You don't have to take no more shits. You ain't got to deal with these people complaining. I don't know, man. Death stopped being scary a long time ago. You ain't got to pay no more taxes. Nice. Yeah, Lady Justice has 4 swords. Absolutely. Absolutely. And hey, that's the energy of that particular card. That's the cosmic energy of that particular card. I think that's one of the reasons why the occult is also associated with symbols of death and skulls and the afterlife, because it's like you naturally start to develop this appreciation for death, right? That's why it can seem so gothic and dark and spooky, because most people have death as a veil. To most people, death is a veil, it's a barrier, it's a limit, it's a covering. But to us, we see it as a doorway, as a gateway. The devil under your seat, you're on the way to see him. I remember I used to be scared of the devil. Do you remember when you were scared of the devil? And you were scared of God sending you to hell? You remember that? Trauma as a child, being traumatized. Nah, man, nah. Hell, the devil might be scared of me, to keep it real with you. Don't let that nigga down here. You're gonna get glitter all over my fucking place. By the embraces of Persephone are men made powerful. 32. For there is a turning within of the soul whereby men come to Persephone. They sink back into the womb of time. They become as the unborn. They enter into the kingdom where she rules as queen. They are made negative and await the coming of life. 33. And the queen of Hades cometh unto them as a bridegroom, and they are made fertile for life and go forth rejoicing. For the touch of the queen of the kingdoms of sleep hath made them potent. 34. It is obvious from this that the path of return is as important as the path of withdrawal. In other words, the 32nd path has to be trodden both ways. The withdrawal from Malkuth to Yesod and the return from Yesod to Malkuth. This can hardly be stressed enough, for it is the refusal to come down to earth, literally, that is the cause of the bulk of spiritual pathology, the root of sin, disease, ignorance. It is the real blasphemy, a rejection of the work of the Father in heaven, a rejection of the universe. The universe, let it be noted, is the tarot trump of this path. Until physical existence in the universe is willingly accepted by the spirit, the initiation of the nadir cannot take place. Dang, so you got to come down here. Malkuth is the gate, the door to evolution, and the work of destiny. Evolution cannot take place until involution is complete. What did Dion Fortune say? In order for a thing to be evolved, it must first be involved. What she meant by that is, in order for something to reach its spiritual perfection, it has to incarnate on earth. It has to incarnate in the physical plane. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. You got to come down and you got to go back up. Not only do you have to incarnate on earth, you got to find your way back out. For some reason, Predator pops up a lot on my algorithm. And I have this little inside joke with some of my friends that you're nobody until you square up with the Predator. And like every now and then, I'd send a comic book cover of the Predator versus, right? We know Predator versus Alien, but there's Predator versus Batman, Predator versus Superman, Predator versus the Power Rangers. There's even a comic book of Predator versus the Ninja Turtles. There's Predator versus Archie, for crying out loud. Like Predator, you are nobody till you face off with Predator. Yes, Spider-Man versus Predator. The list goes on. And it's like the lore of Predator. Yeah, Wolverine versus Predator, Hulk versus Predator. And the lore of Predator is, they are these warriors. They are this super advanced civilization, and they're warriors. And they have to come down to Earth, right? I think what I was actually reading about was the Alien versus Predator, right? They have to face off against an alien queen and a hive in order for them to like become like a true alpha leader of their own pack or whatever. Like you have to come down and face off. I even saw Diddy versus Predator. That was kind of new, but But in the same way, it's like the spirit has to come down to Earth. You've got to come down and face off with Earth experience, and you have to come out alive, and you have to make it back. You have to find your way back. And who knows how many lifetimes it'll take? Who knows how many incarnations it'll take? Lord have mercy. Did he win? Wah, wah, wah. Nice. You know, I've yet to see any live footage or live photographs of Diddy in the courtroom. I'm under the belief that he actually escaped on that plane. But the United States government does not take L's kindly. I think this whole conspiracy is a farce. That's just me. Predator versus Terminator. Absolutely. Yeah, that was one of the original ones. Predator versus Terminator versus Alien. That came out. I remember that when I was a child. Let's keep going. Got to come down here. The spirit, until physical existence in the universe is willingly, that's the thing, willingly accepted by the spirit, the initiation of the nadir cannot take place. You got to get jumped in. You got to come down to earth. You have to. And you have to make it out. Oh, man. The remote viewers cried and had PTSD. Oh, man. I wouldn't want to be on that team. Okay. Well, nah, I wouldn't. That's funny. The remote viewers on Diddy's trial, they retired after that. Evolution. Yeah. Malkuth is the gate, the door to evolution, and the work of destiny. Evolution cannot take place until involution is complete. 35. Hubbard has stated that one of the marks of an unaberrated human being is the ability to face chaos or disorder and stick with it. In other words, not to escape into apathy, grief, anger, facetiousness, intellectualizing, sanctimony, false mysticism, or any other of the myriad methods of running away. That's another thing, right? Are you running away? Are you running away or are you actually dealing with this thing? Are you dancing with this thing? Are you figuring it out? Are you growing or are you pacifying? Are you retreating? Are you hiding? Are you covering it up? Only you can answer that question too, because you can make it look great for everybody around you. I've seen, I've met, I've consulted with people who on the outside on social media, they look like they are living their best life, traveling, you know what I'm saying, buying name brand stuff and all that. It looks like they balling out of control. But really and truly, they're about to fall apart. No, I've heard it with my own ears and seen it with my own eyes. We can make it all look good for everybody around us. But the thing is, are you really dealing with life? Are you evolving? Are you learning? Are you growing? Or are you hiding? Are you running away, retreating, covering it up? I'm telling you for real. It doesn't matter what other people think. It really doesn't, because ultimately other people don't exist. What matters is your inner framework, is your inner ecosystem. Is it structurally sound? Is it able to weather the turbulence, right? Or are you on your last, you know what I'm saying? Or are you about to crack and snap with the wind? If you are, then I suggest, well, I suggest a different approach. I'll put it that way. I'll read that list again. Hubbard has stated that one of the marks of an unaberrated human being, right, a healthy human being who's got it all together, mentally, emotionally, is the ability to face chaos or disorder and stick with it. In other words, not to escape into apathy, grief. anger, facetiousness, intellectualizing, sanctimony, false mysticism, or any other of the myriad methods of running away. As a result of original sin, this planet is in a state of chaos and disorder. It need not have been, but it is. And this fact must be accepted. The initiation of the nadir is the ability to face things as they are, to accept oneself and one's sins and distortions, to accept others and their sins and distortions, realizing that the way each has come is the way each has come, and that mutual recriminations or flattering falsifications will not help matters one hair's breadth. Lord, forgive me for my trespasses as we forgive those who trespassed against us. Don't worry about the next man or the next woman. Each and everybody is going through this process, man. Don't let nobody fool you. Ain't don't. Lord have mercy. Especially if they're not into the occult, especially if they don't walk a spiritual path. Everybody's winging it. Everybody's winging it, trying to make it work, trying to make it look good. Especially if they're not walking a spiritual path. Everybody's just trying to make it look like they got it together. That's what adulthood is, isn't it? When you became an adult, that's what you found out adulthood was. Making sure everybody else think that you got it going on. Man, 36. This attitude has been put forward by writers such as Nietzsche and Whitman, amongst others, together with a certain amount of varying personal distortion. And it has, of recent years, even become something of an intellectual catchword: acceptance. This is laudable in its way, but the acceptance has to be a complete and true one, an attitude of the whole being, not a posture of the mind. An attitude of the whole being, not a posture of the mind. There's your answer to manifestation, by the way. Oh, law of assumption, I'll just assume that it's true, is more than that. It must be an attitude of the whole being, not just a posture of the mind. Lord, we getting into something here. Acceptance. For the initiation to be a real one. 37. The exemplary way was shown, of course, by our Lord in the Garden of Gethsemane. And he said, Abba, Father, all things are possible unto thee. Take away this cup from me. Dang, boy. Jesus Christ, right? Son of God. You've been self-realized. You have linked up with the soul and become an actual walking representation of the Most High. And you are still facing a moment of weakness, damn near begging God, hey man, please, please, we don't have to go through this. If there's any possible way to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't imagine the amount of pressure for even Christ himself to have to get down on his knees and say, Lord, hey, listen, if there's any way that you could take this cup from me, go ahead and do that, Playboy. Please. You can't imagine that kind of pressure, boy. Because for most of us, it's something small that'll make us do that, right? I don't know how I'm gonna get the rent this week. Oh shoot, I might get another write up. I'm gonna get fired. Lord, please, I can't lose this job, Lord. Right? Like we usually do it for small stuff. Like imagine what kind of pressure Christ was facing in the garden when he had to say, Lord, please pass this cup from me. God, that's intense. All three of y'all. I ain't gonna say it no more. Lord, if there's any way you could change this, rearrange something, get me out of it, please. You want to talk about some pressure? Lady Justice says when he was with that naked boy, listen, you get way too deep. That's a story that I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But you get the metaphor I'm trying to make here. But nah, I know what you're talking about. Wait a minute. Is this that YouTube channel? I'm gonna have to check on you. I'm gonna need to research you, Lady Justice. You might know something. And swallow it down with the purple, but purple. It's going down. All right, where were we? So, in other words, one must be willing to face and go through with one's own crucifixion before the subsequent resurrection and ascension can be achieved, and all without fear or attempts to propitiate one's own particular Herod, Pilate, Caiaphas, or mob, objective or subjective. Wait a minute now. Now I gotta check something real quick. I gotta check something real quick. You done spilled the beans. You done spilled the beans. No, we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. 38. The symbols attributed to the 32nd path confirm this process. The key to the path is the letter Tau, meaning a cross. The cross is not only the cross of Calvary, but the equal armed cross and the Tau cross. The simple cross of equal arms is the point, a symbol of spirit and light, extended in four directions, light in extension. Can somebody say LVX? It is also the cross of the elements being a reflection in Malkuth of the four holy living creatures in Kether, which appear at the corners of the tarot trump of the universe. This card is called the Great One of the Night of Time, and one of the contacts of this path is the contact with this Great One, who can be considered Godhead itself, the small fragment of the God consciousness assigned to each man is the holy guardian angel, the knowledge and conversation of which is the spiritual experience of Malkuth. 39. The Tao cross is a three-armed cross. That is, a cross without the upper bar. So it's like a T. And besides being the male or virile part of the Egyptian Ankh, symbol of life, it also signifies two forces impacting on a higher level and producing a form on a denser level. All form is built up of opposing higher forces locked together. Oh my, bless me. Thank you. The shape of the letter tau suggests the letter resh, meaning ahead, but with a downward extension ending with the virile yod. Thus, it can signify the spirit or head, a Kether symbol, sending its force downward into densest manifestation. The downward projection could also be likened to an inverted letter vowel, meaning a nail. This suggests the spirit nailed to the cross of matter, to put it in rather grim terms, but terms which serve to show the parallel between cosmic and Christian symbolism. Mm, mm. I believe we're on to something here. Nailed to the cross. He died up on the cross one day when I was lost. And I know it was the blood that saved me. So check that out. You see that tau, right? That's the cross we're talking about. One day when I was lost, he died up on the cross. And I know it was the blood that saved me. Amen. Please be seated. Be seated. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, neighbor, let the spirit have his way with me tonight. Hold on a minute, Pastor. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Pastor. All right, back to it. Uh-oh, what's this? Look at the resh. Look at the foot. The cloth making the T-bar in the letter resh. Hmm. Oh no, I put them all out of order. All right. The shape of the letter tau suggests the letter resh, meaning ahead, but with a downward extension ending in the viral yod. Thus, it can signify the spirit or head, a kether symbol, sending its force downward into densest manifestation. The downward projection could also be likened to an inverted letter vowel, meaning a nail. This suggests the spirit nailed to the cross of matter, to put it in rather grim terms, but terms which serve to show the parallel between cosmic and Christian symbolism. Being upside down, as the vow is a symbol of sacrifice or reflection, exemplified, for example, in the tarot trump of the hanged man. And it is also a visual representation of the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below. 40. The astrological sign of the path is Saturn, a sign composed of the cross and the moon. You know how the sign of Saturn is, right? It's got the cross, and then you see the little moon underneath it. And thus apt for the linking of Malkuth and Yesod. Whoa, okay. So I never put that together. That's awesome. So check this out. This is what he just said as I draw on my napkin here. The symbol of Saturn, I need a pen that works. The symbol of Saturn is this, right? You see that? That's the symbol of Saturn. And what is the symbol of Earth? A cross. What's the symbol of the moon? Crescent, right? When you put those two together, you get the cross and the crescent. Earth and moon, Malkuth and Yesod, 30-second path. Awesome. Now, I learned something today that I did not know. That's dope. thus apt for the linking of Malkuth and Yesod. Saturn is considered to be the planet of restriction and limitation, and therefore implies form. It is also a planet of supernal contacts, however, and so, as with Malkuth, there is an intimate connection between this path and the Sephirah Binah, the mother of form. So this right here, Malkuth, the 32nd path, and Binah, that's the connection. That's the linkage. That's the throne. That's the queen. That's the princess. All goddesses are the same goddess. Beautiful. Beautiful, Zero. With you, Trav, we always receive true occult knowledge. Me too, man. Me too. I'm just doing my job. 41. The sickle is also a symbol of Saturn, as implied by the shape of the astrological sign. And this was the weapon with which, here we go, back to the Titans, was the weapon with which Kronos, time, castrated his father Uranus, space. Lord, time castrated space. And remember, we've been talking about the Titans in reference to Doth, in reference to AI, in reference to this current age that we are swiftly merging into. And please remember, right? We know this as occultists. All these deities, gods and goddesses, the mythology, it's telling you not history, but it's outlining and describing processes, whether it's processes of the human mind, of the psyche, of nature, of the cosmos. It's basically demonstrating how certain things move and circulate and relate with each other. So there wasn't actually a war in heaven with beings and gods doing this, that, and the third, right? If you keep looking in the sky for Anunnaki to land here in a big gold ship, super tall with glistening black skin and gold armor and dreadlocks, coming to save black folks or whatever you fantasizing about. We're thinking about these entities and these deities from the past. No, we're describing processes, cosmic processes. This is what makes you different from the rest of these knuckleheads. Alchemy Gold says Doth, AI. Absolutely. Absolutely. Artificial intelligence is the child of Doth, especially when you understand what Doth is all about. And with it being the child of Doth, it is with this type of technology, this type of thinking and processing that we ourselves cross a certain threshold. So the sickle is also a symbol of Saturn, as implied by the shape of the astrological sign. And this was the weapon with which Kronos, time, castrated his father, Uranus, space. Here again, in symbolic guise, is the limitation and constriction of spirit into time and form. The sickle is also the reaping instrument, recalling the wheat and grain mysteries. And you know this is where we get the Grim Reaper from. You know that. And all these are, well, Chronos, time, Saturn, the sickle, these are Saturn symbols. The Grim Reaper, Saturn symbols. 42. 42. The fact that one's final journey up the 32nd path will be in the processes of physical death is emphasized in the fact that the popular figure of death is a skeleton holding a reaping hook. Father Time is another popular figure similarly equipped. 43. The tarot trump of the universe shows a maiden dancing within a framing wreath, usually holding a rod in each hand, and with images of the four holy living creatures at the corners of each card. There is a scarf about the maiden in the shape of a letter Kaf, said to conceal the fact that she has male genitals and is thus really hermaphroditic. Well, there it is, Zero. I guess he spilled the beans. I didn't think he said it in this book. I know Kenneth Grant mentions that in his book, but I completely forgot that Gareth Knight also covered that. So let's run it back and look at this card. So you can see that I didn't make it up. Oh, Trav, you just saying that because no, man. So here we are. This is the universe card, and this is the card that represents the 30-second path that connects Malkuth to Yesod. That represents that transitioning into a trance state that exists beyond the physical senses. So Malkuth, you're dealing with the body, you're dealing with the everyday mundane physical experience. But anytime you transcend out of that into the imagination, into vision, into dream, into worship, into any type of intuitive, introspective, any subjective experience, you got to cross the 30-second path. You got to go through this. And that's what we do. That's what we do. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Stuff Stuffco says that's what the G on the aprons of the Freemasons means: generation or regeneration, which includes both genitals. Boom, boom. So we're talking about energy, cosmic forces, not an ideology, not a lifestyle. We're talking about cosmic forces. But you already know that. Ooh, Zero says the correspondence of Saturn equals time, killing space, is literally a way to say physical death and transcendence of the physical body. Sheesh. Purple aprons. Lady Justice, I'm gonna have to check you out. See, I've only heard about that from one place. I've only heard about that from one place. The purple. Okay. Where were we? Okay. The tarot trump of the universe shows a maiden dancing with a framing wreath. You seen it? Usually holding a rod in each hand and with images of the four holy living creatures at the corners of the card. There is a scarf about the maiden, the shape of the letter Kaf, said to conceal the fact that she has male genitals and is thus really hermaphroditic. Traditionally, the letter Kaf means the palm of the hand, which, according to chiromancers, reveals character as well as past and future, right? Reading the palm. Its full implications are perhaps best elicited by meditation upon the 21st path and its other attributions, of which Kaf is the Hebrew letter. Now, which one is the 21st path? Which one's the 21st path? Oh, yeah, duh. The one we're just looking at. No, 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 no. Hold on. Let me see what the 21st path is. What the 21st path? 21. The Wheel of Fortune, that's what it is. The Wheel of Fortune is the 21st path, connecting uh Chesed to Netzach. Chesed to Netzach. That's what that one is. Thanks, Mastermind. So, what did he say about the 21st path? Its full implications are best elicited by meditation upon the 21st path and its other attributions, of which Kaf is the Hebrew letter. Alchemy Gold says Prince was on to something. Here we go with that purple again. We're getting a lot of purple energy in here. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? One God, one love, 24/7, peace. Zero says, man, I just realized I have 32 pesos in my desk. The unconsciousness is crazy. Oh my, check this out. Check this out, right? Stuff Dog says, could the palm of the hand be a reference to the first thing Adam and Eve used to cover their nakedness when they realized they were naked? Interesting, right? Because when he said palm, which is supposed to be what this calf is, I could see that covering the nakedness. Ooh, what if Adam and Eve were one being and their fall is when they separated into two? I'll have to go back and look into that. Pull it out of a rib. Scorpius, peace, peace. Okay, back to it now. So 44, the figure on Trump 21, which is the world card we just examined, can be considered to be a symbol of the soul as feminine or the spirit as androgyne. The androgyne can be referred to the machinery of the universe of Yesod. The rods, often spirals, may be either the positive and negative modes of force which make up manifestation or the principles of involution and evolution. In brief, the card may be said to represent the spirit taken on form in the frame of the manifest universe. In Eastern terms, Shiva dancing. So you guys know CERN with that statue of Shiva outside dancing. You know CERN and the Large Hadron Collider that everyone's so afraid of. They're gonna destroy the universe. Yeah, that statue, that symbol would be interchangeable of this one here, this 32nd Path Universe card. Same business. Nice. 45. The Yetziratic text of the 32nd Path, which describes it as the administrative intelligence, indicates that the spirit should be in control of the whole of the 7 vehicles of man, represented by the planets, or the energy that we call the planets. In etheric and physical terms, these have their analogs in the chakras and the endocrine glands. So look at that, right? Look at that. You've got the chakra points that you can visualize in your body. You've also got the 7 planets, and you've also got the Sephiroth going up the tree. None of those things are actualities. None of those things are actual real things, but they're all pointing to an energy, to an essence, to a cosmic force. They're not real things, but they are more real than this life you're living, if that makes sense. So there's not actually swirling balls of color in your body. You know that. But because of that energetic pattern, because of that cosmic flow, that energetic pattern, hell, we've got organs that are in similar places that correspond to those chakras. Those organs are not the chakras, but the pattern echoes across these different levels. And that's the correspondence. Certain glands, certain chakras, certain planets all correspond together. And again, we're not talking about giant celestial bodies. We're not talking about giant spheres floating in the great beyond. We're talking about essences and energies, and we call it Mercury, we call it Saturn, we call it Jupiter. But y'all already know that. We've gone through this multiple times. 46. We have analyzed the path at some length with reference to Greek mythology, but there are parallels in other pantheons which could equally well be explored. You ever wonder why different cultures have the same types of gods and goddesses just with different names? You ever wonder why and how across cultures, no matter what the time frame, you've always got these same, pretty much the same deities, just different names? Because there's only one reality. There's only one reality, and we're going to describe it in ways and terms that make sense to our current culture. But there's only one reality. So we're always going to see a war type figure, a peaceful king, a savior. We're always going to see these certain, that's why they're called archetypes. We're always going to see them because they are the only things to see. So we have analyzed the path at some length with reference to Greek mythology, but there are parallels in other pantheons which could equally well be explored. Demeter has some very obvious links with the Egyptian Isis, the putting of a king's son in the fire at night to give him immortality, for example. Isis, of course, also searched for her lost husband, Osiris, just as Ishtar descended into hell to find her lover. But the mythological threads are so numerous that it is impossible to follow up each one in detail. Hey, I'm going to tell you guys something awesome and crazy. This is only for the Chat GPT users, only for the paid Chat GPT users. Everybody else, close your ears. So take Judica Ill's Encyclopedia of Spirits. Take, what's her name? Turner, Patricia Turner, Ancient Dictionary of Deities. Get you those two books and any other like thick catalog of entities and spirits across the world. Find the PDFs of those books, upload it into ChatGPT, and ask it to find patterns. Ask it to find recurring themes. Ask it to find different points of interest. You'd be amazed at what you'll discover. I should have kept that to myself, but I know some of y'all are hungry for truth. You better do it. I found two recurring themes across all of the dictionaries of gods and goddesses. Number one, I found rebellion against the established order. And number two, I found the feminine redeemer. Those two are the most recurring themes across all those lists and categories of spirits. You're going to find a god that has created an established order, and one of his agents rebel against it. That's the most recurring theme across them books. Whether it's Lucifer, whether it's Prometheus, whether it's Melek. Now they don't always get punished. Sometimes they get rewarded, like Melek. And the second one is the feminine energy as the initiator. It's always the female goddess that initiates man to the next level. Always. Those are two themes that I found. There's other recurring themes, but yeah, if you know how to use ChatGPT properly, that would be a cool assignment for you. Upload them dictionaries and ask it to track the recurring patterns and themes across those books. You might find something that you didn't expect. Because what does that tell us? What does that tell us? Good Lord. All right. I see nobody in the chat really said anything about it, so that might be for somebody else. But I just had to put that out there. I was blown away, honestly. The feminine deity as the initiator to the next level, and the The rebel. The rebel. And there's more. There's more, of course. But those were the top two recurring patterns that at least my GPT set it found. Now, ChatGPT can, you know what I'm saying, sometimes be a little bit, you might have to spank her into shape, but mine is pretty well tuned. Stuff Dog says, I found that Mary, Jesus' mother, was the real prophet. She was the one the Lord came to. Yes, she had the direct message. Man, it's deeper than rap. It's deeper than hip hop. Soul Knowledge TV, peace. You said that Chat GPT comment was for me. Good, good. You gonna find something. What? And see, this is how AI should be used to augment our understanding of reality, to augment, to help us process. Yeah, you might have those books, but I promise you, you are not able to compare the themes of all the gods within that book and all the goddesses within that book. We just don't have the capacity to even do that. That's like saying take every god from across the world and show me the recurring pattern. All right. So Isis, of course, also searched for her lost husband, Osiris, just as Ishtar descended into hell to find her lover. And we even see that Jesus descended into hell for his lover, which is the church. So it started out as the feminine descending to save the masculine, and in Christianity, it flipped around to the masculine descending to save the feminine. Interesting flip. But the mythological threads are so numerous that it is impossible to follow up each one in detail. This must be left to the initiative of the student. But once the general principles of the path are realized, it becomes relatively easy to follow out the traditions of mythology and folklore that relate to it. The Kabbalistic correspondences often appear in the most unexpected places. There is, for instance, the great Maro dance of the Indonesian archipelago, where the divine maiden, Hainuele, is depicted descending into the earth at the ninth of nine sacred dancing places. The dancers form up in a ninefold spiral about a maiden standing by a deep hole in the ground. The dance commences, and the dancers perform a labyrinthine dance about her, getting closer and closer until she is pushed into the pit. Then, with a loud, sacred chanting that drowns the maiden's cries, the earth is heaped upon her and stamped down firmly with the dancing feet. Good Lord. Good Lord. 48. A full account of this dance and its attendant symbolism is given in Jung's Karenyi's Introduction to a Science of Mythologies, Routledge and Keegan Paul, London, Pantheon of New York. Interesting stuff. So look, we are reaching the end of this live stream. So as we wrap up with like the last page, go ahead and put in the chat something that you learned. Right? I want to make sure that this left somewhat of a positive impression, a positive impact on you. Let me know something that you learned, something that you gathered from today's study. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Up the ladder of success, spilled and destroyed, still climbing, still shining. And if this information has blessed you, If you appreciate the information and would like to give, I sent the link for my Cash App and my PayPal. If you would be so kind to send a donation, if this has impacted you and moved you to the point that you'd like to do so, it'd be greatly appreciated and 100% sure contributes back to the study. I'm incarnated into the physical plane, just like you. So, money's useful and appropriate. And I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here for this study. And let's go ahead and dive into the conclusion of this chapter. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says ChatGPT gonna be more fire once I pay for it. And I specified the paid. I specified that because the paid has a function where you can like create your own little personalized, customized GPT and upload different files to help fine tune it. That's why I said that. You could of course do this with free GPT. You can certainly do it with free GPT. But what I was insinuating is that perhaps you create a specific GPT loaded up with occult information that you could use to help you figure some stuff out. But yeah, you can certainly do it with the free GPT. Absolutely. Stuff Dog says this may be why the feminine was hidden. It is the end of the game. Damn. You're right. And when I learned that, like I really had to stop and look and stop and think like it has all in my life, it rings true. There has always been a female there, a woman, the feminine energy who was a doorway for me into the next level. Always, every time. Anytime that I went to another level, it had to do with being in connection or contact or relation with a particular woman. And it's not that these individual people are like, oh, they're sent from heaven. We're talking about energy exchanges here, about initiating and activating. Like there's certain processes that happen in certain ways. And guess what? Sex isn't just physical. It's happening on the emotional plane as well as the mental plane. It ain't it's not gonna look the same, right? I'm not talking about, oh, I'm gonna astral project and we're gonna have astral sex. I'm not talking about that. I mean like there's a blending and an interchanging and mixing and merging and birth between two energies. And the outcome on a certain level can be an expansion of consciousness. And hell, that person don't even have to be of a higher level. They could just be tapped in with their own essence. And you being in connection with someone who is tapped into their own honesty, their own truth, that might be a catalyst for you. And understand, I will never ever say out of my lips one is better or worse or whatever. It's not about that. It's understanding that every energy has a cause and effect, a purpose. It's like playing with a box of crayons. What matters the most is what are you going to draw? What are you going to color? That's what matters. Not, oh, is red better than blue or green? It's all relative to the painter that you're attempting to illustrate. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I learned that acceptance and 30-second path is a key. Yes, yes, acceptance. Sly says, I learned about the moon and the earth and Saturn's glyph. Yeah, that's what I learned. That was my thing. And connection with 30-second path and Bina. Donnell Beatty says, the Tau cross and the hanged man, the connection with as above, so below. Yes, yes. Y6 says, is this a black magic stream? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Alchemy Gold says, Happy Mother's Day to all the mommies. You know, I should probably text my mom. Happy Mother's Day. Zero says, This helps me so much as always, Trav. So beautiful. This book is amazing. I want to at least send you some money as a thankful way for all the marvelous things you always teach us. Thank you, Zero. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. Oh, rest in power. Stuff Dog says Panic and Bobby spoke about having sex with spirits all the time. I get it now. Didn't when I first encountered it. Right. It sounded cool. It sounded saucy when we heard it from Panic and Bobby. But they had to put it that way because that's the only way these folks will receive it. I wanted to say a different word. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Mastermind says I learned that Trav got all the smoke for these imposter spirits. Literally. I ought to spark another one up right now. Lady Justice says, I learned, 38, the small okay, that was in verse 38. The small fragments of God consciousness assigned to each man is the holy guardian angel, the knowledge and conversation of which is the spiritual experience of Malkuth. Awesome. Powerful, my friend. That's a good one right there. Y6 says, if it is special, summon a jinn. I'd rather summon some mustard. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, I learned to use the Holy Spirit to administrate matter. Use the worship trance. There we go. There we go. Somebody caught on to it. Framestar says, full moon in Scorpio on the 12th. Good time to do some reaping. I'm calling this the whole full moon for good reason. Stay in the house if you want to retain your purity. Astral Ron says, love the graph you drew, showing the oneness of everything. Yeah. Draw it yourself, right? And then think about the different things that we fragment and separate and try to see how everything is one. This is stuff that I do when I'm just like thinking. Unicorn Universe says, I'm learning to look and experience everything completely with new yet old eyes. Thank you, Trav. I get paid on Friday. I'll be back. I heard that, Jigglypuff. All right, so let's go ahead and reach the conclusion. The symbolism of the nine is interesting as the 32nd path is intimately related to Yesod, the ninth Sephirah of the Tree of Life. 49. The Saturn Binah symbolism of this path relates closely to the Divine Mother, the feminine side of God, which in pre Christian times was the vehicle for worship of the second or love aspect of the deity, now known more generally as the second person of the Trinity, the Son. The full descent of the spirit into matter is exemplified by the crucifixion, the beautiful naked man of Yesod on the Tau or cross of the 32nd path. The path represents, therefore, the first stages of devotional mysticism, as well as a way in to the inner planes and the unconscious mind. Its main lessons are ascending, the existence of the causality of things on a higher or deeper level than the physical world, and descending, the acceptance of densest form, limitation by the Spirit, summed up well in Thomas A. Kempis's Imitation of Christ. If it be thy will, I should be in darkness, blessed be thou. And if it be thy will, I should be in light, be thou again blessed. If thou vouchsafe to comfort me, be thou blessed. And if thou wilt have me afflicted, be thou ever equally blessed. Book 4, chapter 13. That's chapter 17. That sounds like non attachment to me. That sounds like non attachment. That sounds like not expecting, not being attached to the outcome. That's what that sounds like to me. Perhaps that's the lesson of the 32nd path, acceptance, right? Acceptance and not being attached. Thank you, Shiloh. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shiloh says all gods and goddesses are the same. Masculine rebels, feminine initiates, fear nothing, acknowledge everything. Analyze the spirit of worship and how it ties to your past lack. I greatly appreciate your time. Nice, nice. Yeah, that really sums up a lot of the key points made tonight. Worship, right? Yeah, that's interesting. Zero says, I learned the relations of Saturn, Malkuth, and Yesod in a way that makes me realize that the infinity we are is beautiful, here as an imperfect part of the one, and why that one is dissectionated to be learned. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And for sure, I learned the importance of acceptance. Okay, so finally, right? Finally, here at the very end, we are going to discuss notes on the design of Trump 21. Trump 21. 21. All right, so let's talk about the design of Trump 21. Not to be confused with Trump 36 or whatever number he is. Lady Justice says, did Jesus represent the divine feminine hidden in masculine form? I personally believe so, yes. Right? And that's one of the reasons I said that part about Inanna descending into hell and being crucified, mind you, because that's where they got the archetype for the Jesus crucifixion. That came from Inanna Ishtar. Okay, so let's talk about the notes on this card. Stuff Dog says something just popped into mind. The Bible references the Most High as the bridegroom. He gives to the bride all night long on the wedding night. Shit is fire. Hmm. Are you talking about is that in what is it? Proverbs? Song of Solomon. You talking about Song of Solomon? Yeah, that's probably the spiciest chapter in the Bible. All right, so let's talk about this card here. Let's talk about this card here. There we go. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All right, notes on the design of Trump XX1 21. The Marseille's tarot shows a female figure, naked except for a cough shaped scarf, dancing within a wreathed oval. Her attitude with arms extended downwards and outwards, and her legs forming a cross. Ah, like the hanged man. Okay, so I think that's what you were saying, Lady Justice. The hermaphrodite, Hermes, Thoth, and Mercury, plus Aphrodite, goddess of love. And you want to know something, right? Hermes, Thoth, Mercury, that's Hod. Aphrodite, that's Netzach. Put them together, hermaphrodite. Yesod, man. 30-second path. Okay, so arms extended downwards and outwards and her legs forming a cross suggests the triangle over a cross. Okay, so we can see a cross right here and a triangle here. The triangle represent, and this is me saying this, we know the triangle represents the supernal triad of Kether, Binah, and Hakma. And we know the cross represents Tifereth, the lower world. So the symbol here is a cross and a triangle on top of it. All right, back to the text. Her legs forming a cross suggests the triangle over a cross, the sign of alchemical sulfur. And in her left hand, she holds a wand. The surrounding wreath is bound at the top and bottom with X-shaped bands. And in the corners of the card are the four holy living creatures. All versions of the card agree in general principle. Levi and Christian are alone in preferring a circle of flowers to the oval wreath, and Christian places the cherubic emblems at the cardinal points and not at the corners. In Levi's view, the circle is the crown of truth of Kether. The Golden Dawn have gone on record as considering the central figure to be a misty representation of Aima Elohim in the midst of the colors of the spectrum and the elements placed against the dark yet starry night sky. Traditions vary in the way that in the way the wand or wands carried by the figure is or are held. The Marseilles card shows one. The Italian tarot generally have one in each hand, while the Besancon tarot has two in one hand. Worth and Knapp follow the Besancon tradition, and Waite and Case the Italian. Case additionally makes the wands into spirals. The latter point is endorsed by the early Crowley, and they both stipulate that the spirals should rotate in opposite ways. Furthermore, they agree that the oval should be a demonstration of the quadrature of the circle, that is approximately 8 units in height by 5 in breadth, and that the scarf conceals male genitals. Crowley also said originally that the ellipse should be composed of 400 lesser figures, and that the central figure should be shining, and in the sign of earth right hand forward and up, left hand lowered and back, and right foot forward, right foot creep, walking with the heater. On the Lady Harris card, the figure is shown dancing within the coils of a great spiral serpent, holding the moon in her hand, and with the sun above, in the center of which is the eye of God. The wreath is made up of the zodiac and has 72 lines all around it, indicative of the quinaries. Beneath are a map of the elements and a geometrical solid. The card is generally recognized to be a universal sign, particularly of the physical universe or terrestrial world. Hall, for example, considers the symbol of a cross within a circle within a blue background to epitomize it. There is some small difference about the arrangement of the leaves of the wreath. They're generally shown in threes, with the exception of Waite, who does not seem to bother too much over details. Worth and Knapp have them pointing upward, and Case and Waite downward, as on the Marseilles card. Case and Worth give 22 sets of leaves, Knapp 24. Knapp also puts the lesser arcana symbols about the corners of the card, as well as the cherubic emblems. The Egyptian tarot differs in some degree from tradition. It shows a girl playing a three-stringed harp on which is carved a man's head. The uraeus and double crown, with the uraeus and the double crown. Above her is a circle of 12 triple flowers, surrounded at the corners by the cherubic signs, and in the center, a winged lingam. A winged lingam. Bands that make good dance. Bands that make good dance. How are they clapping without using hands? What's all that movement back there? Okay, so that concludes tonight's study. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? I certainly did. I see that the 30-second path isn't necessarily as spooky as some have made it out to be, but it most certainly is a transition from being focused on the everyday humdrum to taking that correct path inward, the entering into a trance state, the entering into self inquiry, self analysis. These cheeks clapping and they're not using hands, or whatever Juicy J said. Okay, that was great. That was great. I can't wait to get back here next week as we follow up with the 29th and what's the other one? 29th path and whatever's after that. We're going to do 2 chapters tomorrow. I mean, Saturday. Yeah, the 31st, the 29th and 31st path. We're going to do that next time. So if you got this book, go ahead and read it ahead. If not, please get the book. And more to come. More to come. This has been a wonderful night for sure. I enjoyed hanging out with you folks as always. As always, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for years, man. And you know what? It doesn't get old. This doesn't take away from me. This doesn't drain me. This feeds me. It recharges me. It refreshes me. And I'm grateful that there are people out there who care about this information, who are interested in this information, and who appreciate what I do. Look up Itzhak Ben Tov. Watch his videos on YouTube. If you're ready, maybe check out the Matrix series by Val Valerian. Now that's some next level stuff, some advanced stuff. Everybody's not ready for that, but if you feel like you can tackle it, go ahead and tackle that Val Valerian Matrix. It's not for the faint of heart, I tell you that. And look up many of the others who were involved with this project of the CIA announcing that the astral plane is real. That's just so funny to me, man. Trev, did you hear? The CIA announced that the astral projection is real. Oh, really? Who's involved with that project though? Like who are the occultists and the viewers? Yeah, I know Russell Targ is out there, Russell Targ, and he talks about it in his books. That's cool. But he wasn't the only one. There were others that were even more occultic than Mr. Russell Targ. Oh, there were several. And many of them have works out there that you can research if it's in your karma to do so. If not, don't worry about it. Okay, guys, this was a lot of fun, and I can't wait to do it again. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your enthusiasm and willingness to learn this stuff or to just be a part of it, right? I know that there's a lot of you out there who do understand this and you just enjoy being in the vibe, and that's awesome too. Stuff Dog says, I've been listening for years and will be until you decide to call it. Thanks, fam. Thank you. That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm gonna be here as long as I need to be. I don't think there's anything else for me to do. But this is what I want, right? I want to do this. I want to do this full time, all the time. This is what I want. So yeah, I'm grateful, very grateful to have the space to research and study and then go into meditation and practice and to pull out understanding and to advance myself and to do all this work and then to come back and share it with you all to help others reach some of the same understandings or to help others decode this information because I don't see too many other I don't see many at all people decoding this information. So I mean it's a unique experience, that's for sure. That's for sure. It's a couple out there. It's a couple. It's a handful. Mysteries of Sin says, man, missed the book read. My family make me went to the club. Now, made you or you chose? Who's got the power here? Peace, peace. Good to see you. Zero says, I watched the interview with Itzhak and it is awesome. Yeah. It really helped to flesh out some of the book in a way. IDK DKDF says, in other words, God confirmed that astral travel is real. Right, right. Stuff Dog says, where do I find the Val Valerian Matrix Trap? Um, One of my favorite sources for PDFs is archive.org. Um, you'll have to go to two different ones, but on archive.org, they've got Matrix 1, 2, number 3, I believe, is in 2 parts, and 4. Now, book 5 is in 3 parts, so there's 3 fives. One is like graduation key. Anyways, you can find the PDFs. They've been out for a very long time. It's just been out there. Uh, I think I found the PDF back in 2015. I tried to print it out at work. No, 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 no. Yeah, I tried to print that out at work. I was working at this call center job, right? And this was like when I was really first like getting into ceremonial magic, and I found The Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky. And I don't know if you know how big that book is. The Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky. I didn't realize how many pages it was. So I'm in here using the company printers to print off this book because I wanted to have it, read it. Oh man, and because like you're not supposed to be using no company printers to print out books. It's supposed to be for company stuff. I thought it was gonna be an in and out job, right? I'm gonna set it on print, go take a call, and then come back and collect my paperwork. Boy, that thing was printing so long. Then it exhausted the paper tray, and I'm getting scared because I think I'm gonna get fired. They're gonna come catch me looking at these devil books. I just had to cancel that thing. That thing printed out like 300 plus pages, and it was only like a third of the way done. Man, I was shaking in my boots. But yeah, even way back then, 2015 or so, it's been out on PDF, so you can most definitely find it. But archive.org is where I found all of the text except for number 6. I think number 6 is kind of new. All right, everybody. Great, great stuff. Great stuff. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. He says, don't pull a Bobby Hemming on us where you're here, but not here no more. I would be like, I knew the old Trev. I don't know, man. We'll see what's in the stars. You might just get a bunch of AI clones of me, which is likely going to happen. Soul Knowledge says, I have all of them for the most part. I got it printed out, but it's pretty thick. Alchemy Gold said, did you get caught? No, I was panicking and I stopped it. And I just collected what I had. I didn't realize it was so long. Mastermind says, I'm glad we get a second round at this book. Rest well, everyone. Right, right. Rest well. All right. So I'll see y'all next Saturday. We'll be here at 8 p.m., same time. This didn't even feel like 4 hours and 42 minutes, did it? Oh, this was a good one. This was a good one. This was a good one. Maybe the energy of the full moon kept us going, but yeah. Peace to my OGs. Peace, Veronica. Peace, soul knowledge, man. Peace to all of y'all. Peace to everybody here. Fat Tony. Peace, my guy. Couldn't ask for a better group of individuals on this path. Could not ask for a better group of individuals. I love y'all. Have a great night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. For real, man. See, I'm free from pop culture. I'm not consumed by having to fit any standards whatsoever. I do what I want. I do what I want. I don't have to be this. I don't have to be that. I don't have to worry about them over there looking at me and them over there looking at me. I broke free from all that. And I say all that to say this: being someone who believes that they are free, I still choose to say, I love you. Peace. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas not too thick. How is it? Oh my gosh.